As the notice of this meeting is given in accordance with the Public Meetings Act, pursuant to 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the City Clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. Roll call. Councilwoman Evans. Councilwoman Feliciano.
Present.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettler.
Present.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilman Harrison. Councilwoman Williams.
Present.
Council President Bridget.
Present.
Myself, Frank Garcia, present. Mr. Bridges is en route. Mr. Ecologi. Present. Thank you. On your call, Council President. Certainly. Council President, at this time, we will go through the invocation. Almighty God, who those who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. Amen.
Amen.
Council President, at this time, I believe you have a presentation regarding the rise and consent of public records. Are there any members of the cabinet that are speaking at this time?
Madam President. So today, I have sent an email out asking that the directors would come and they would state for us at least four accomplishments that they've had during their tenure in their position, and what their plans are for the next 6 months, for the upcoming 6 months. Also, I have asked that for those in the acting capacity, that they would provide for us what makes them qualified to fill the position, and then what their plans are, what the goals are for the next 6 months, so that we can just hear what's going on and what they project to happen. So someone can project.
Mr. Garcia, could you just call
Certainly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and buy the resolutions that I received, which the county council, you should all have copies of revised resolutions for this purpose. These resolutions have been amended to a 90-day temporary basis. We've updated your dockets, and I will go ahead and do these resolutions as I have them listed, as I have them in the file here sitting. I did receive these today and amended. My first resolution is resolution to send to the appointment of Steve Wilson as Director for Police Department in the City of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis.
Madam President, this is Administrator. The mayor is running a few minutes behind, and he asked that if we can hold off the appointment until his arrival. In the meantime, perhaps we can go through the points of the agenda. If that is okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, we are into
This is only one agenda.
I have Mr. Ruben Reeves. Please come to the microphone.
No, you're not responsible. You just let them know you're supposed to state.
Sure, I'm sorry, sir. The President's request, the President's request, I can tell you that for the public comment, is not included in the session, so the council may not respond to whatever your points may be. Understood? And that goes for all the public as well. Thank you. You can still speak, sir, just they won't be, if there's anything, you can still speak, Please, they just aren't able, they may not respond to. Yes, absolutely.
I'm Ruben Reeves. I have an issue with my property. I was told, and they went through the document and said the land was vacant, so somebody bought it. But then I was not making a particular piece of land was going to be sold. And I got this land, the caretaker told me, to the boss, and they told me that this property with the driveway belongs to me.
So can I just ask how long you've been in the property?
I've been living here since October 2008.
2008.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President, just in case, we do not have a city attorney or assistant city attorney present. And I just want to make sure that that's noted because this is a very interesting legal matter. Thank you.
Would you give me your name again, sir?
Ruben Grease.
Reese?
Grease.
Spell it, please.
G as in George, R as in River, E as in Edward, A as in Apple, V as in Victory, E as in Edward, S as in Sin. That's my last name.
As Mr. Rubin. Mr. Rubin, now that Mr. West in the building, I'm going to ask you to repeat. This is the gentleman we need to have here, which you just stated. For the record, please.
I live at 222 Spring Street, Trenton, New Jersey. I have been living on this property for the past 15 years. I bought this property in 2008. I've been living there for the first, but my own time. I came here to City Hall, I went to the engineering department, and I was told that after looking at the documentation that they had, they made me to understand that the property was vacant, and that somebody bought it. I think the property was just bought not too long ago in March.
So this was brought to my attention actually yesterday, when we had someone from the Board of Work, but I think it requires a more robust conversation, a more detailed conversation in terms of getting someone to come out to distinguish the property line. So I will, if you want to come, I'll come to you when you're done with your comment. I'll give you my department's contact information, and I can kind of give you more information on how to deal with that issue. It may be something where you're going to have to basically have someone come out and distinguish between your property line and your neighbor's property line, and just map that out for you. That doesn't require more of a conversation. Like that was brought to my attention. Someone did go out to the property, they did take a look at it, take pictures, and then you and I can have a conversation about how best to address that issue.
Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Reese.
You just have a seat back there. I'll give you my contact. I'll give you that religious contact information.
Keith Hamilton.
State your name and address for the record, sir.
Certainly. Good evening, Madam Chair, Council. Women. Hope everyone's well. My name is Keith Hamilton. I live at 27 Swan Street here in the city of Trenton. I'm actually here in two capacities. The first capacity, I'm here to talk to you about Resolution 23-142. 22. It's a resolution for $100,000 to Greater Mount Zion Community Development Corporation, which I am the Director of Operations. I want to thank the mayor publicly for his support, his cabinet support in this funding for this birthing center that Trenton sorely needs. And then I also want to ask you guys, you young ladies, for your support. Come to vote on Thursday. If there's any questions you want to ask me tonight, you can do that, or call offline between now and Thursday. We're also available to make that happen. The other issue I want to talk to you about is Resolution 23-164. It's a resolution for funding to Kingsbury Tower. I am one other board member of Kingsbury Tower is here this evening, asking you for your support. I want to thank the mayor again and his cabinet for their support. We want to just be on record of asking our council leadership for support of this very important resolution. As you know, this property has had issues for several years, and now with this help to move things in a more positive direction so that we can provide safe, clean, affordable housing for over 900 Again, if there are any questions, make them now or between now and Thursday. I think supposed to get my contact and always make sure you get it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, John.
Ida B. Malloy.
Apologies, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Ida B. Malloy. I live in the North Ward of Trenton. I am also a board member of Kingsbury along with Mr. Hamilton. And I too wanted to ask your support on the resolution that would help the families that live there. Kingsbury has been going through some very extreme challenges, but I would hope that you all would consider that not just in the city of Trenton, that throughout this country there is a housing shortage for people who are under-resourced, and that we could, as a city, support these people in having suitable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
Terry Piper.
Hi, I'm Terry Piper, and I'm a companion advocate, so I don't know if you're going to be talking about it tonight, but I came here in support of the bench for James at the Hamilton in this county. He was a long-time city employee who lived in the city of Trenton, and he succumbed to kidney failure in February. No matter how sick James was, and I didn't know him for long, but he would be at work 6 days a week. He took pride in his work. If you tried to help him and do something, he would say, "No, that's my job." You know, and he loved to talk about old TV shows and cooking ribs. And he gave everything to those animals. And I know I've been in communication with some of the council on it, and I thank you for that. And thank you for letting me speak today in regard to it. But, and we will help with the funding, and some rescues that, so they would do some fundraising and things like that. The people involved have voted on what they would like on the bench, including the shelter and employees to go on too. I just think it would be a nice way, everything he gave from his heart to those animals. And it would be just a very nice way the city could remember him in that way. So I want to say, thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
second reading public hearing. This will be for a roll call on Thursday. Ordinance 23-006, an ordinance amending, 2:1 and 2:29, the code of the city of Trenton. An ordinance amending ordinance 23-007, an ordinance amending supplementing Trenton Municipal Code, section 8316, rules of council. 23-008, an ordinance providing for the commencement of identification of Trenton officials and employees. Ordinance 23-009, an ordinance amending and supplementing section 150-13A of the City of Trenton Municipal Code relating to fines and penalties for littering violations. Ordinance 23-010, an ordinance amending and supplementing Trenton Municipal Code, section 8316, rules of council, rule 2E. Moving on to resolutions. We have a resolution authorizing the City Council of the City of Trenton to hold an executive session, which excludes the public, which we will move into executive session later. Resolution 23-176, resolution appointing council member liaisons to various boards and commissions. Certainly.
So, this part is for the non-CPA/planning/zoning group. Is that correct?
I guess it's for the remaining positions that were not decided upon through the untable and decided the resolution 7-1.
Thank you, because that other resolution, that TA said did not have a resolution. There's another resolution that was brought for this week that does not have a resolution number for TPA, zoning, and planning board.
That would be 23-176, and that should be for the planning board, zoning board, and Trenton Downtown Association.
Okay, so that is.
That would be this resolution.
So then, so when would we be discussing that one, sir?
If it's council's wish, they can discuss that now, or at the time you choose.
We should discuss it now, then, because this is,
That's absolutely, that's, motion, please. So moved. Any other questions?
all right, so I have questions regarding this. I actually sent communication to both our attorneys, council president and council vice president, that withdrawing my name for consideration for zoning board liaison, as at the time I put my name forth, it was unaware of myself and the council members that the liaison for Trenton Downtown Association was in contention and would not automatically be the liaison position for the North Council, whether it was myself or someone else. So my intention is to serve as the liaison for the Trenton Downtown Association in the coming year. And I realize that the resolution does not say that, so my request would be, if we have a vote on that resolution and it fails, that another resolution be put forth with my name as the Trenton Downtown Association liaison, unless council, city clerk recommends another one.
Are you asking to amend the resolution of the board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you will need a motion in a second, and.
So before
We should have discussion.
Yeah, we're still in discussion about this. So, I appreciate you sending that information, and I know the zoning board was originally the first choice. I did ask everyone to, with the intention of digressing and giving everyone the opportunity to be on a board of their choice, and whatever was left, I would by default take that seat. At the time, the board that originally fell to me was no longer needed for on board, that being the school, because of how we're going to be voting. So, because it's going to now go to an election as opposed to appointment. When I found out about the Downtown Association, it was the day after, which we had already appointed boards. I have been working with the Downtown Association for several years, actually, and I wish to be made Association, and remain as a liaison. Along with that, the Downtown Association actually has, is a 4-year commitment. I've since spoken with them, and what I think would resolve would be that I would do the first 2 years, and if you or someone else, because I know there are others who are interested in this as well, so I don't believe that it should go by default. I know that folks will say that it's in the past. We're not doing the burden about what has been done in the past. We're doing our own thing, our new thing. So I would be willing to say that I would do 2 years, and then someone else, if they want to, they could do the other 2 years. So that is my thoughts on that. Anyone else?
Madam President?
Yes, Madam President.
I mean, I just want to be clear for everybody on council the way that it happened so that there's no misconceptions. There is an email that went out, did not have TDA on it. Councilwoman Edwards had posed a question in the email about TDA. And in subsequent to that, TDA was added to the list of liaisons, which is why Ms. Williams was had not asked for TDA initially, and she had chosen the zoning board because it was not an option to begin with.
So for further clarity on this, that no, TA was not part of the original one, and that's why I said I found out about it afterwards, and that's why I originally had the school board as mine on default, that I was a liaison, and I said whichever was left, which I expressed to Vice President, whatever was left after council decided on what they were going to do as far as liaisons, that I would take whatever was left. And that to me, I thought I was being fair at the time. When TPA came on, that's when I found, you guys found out about it the hours after I found out about it, and I just said, go ahead and put me on that one, since now I don't have, I was the only one at the time that did not have a board, and so that's why I said, go ahead and I would gladly take the TDA. Then we had a discussion, and Councilwoman Edwards actually expressed that she too was interested in being on the Downtown Association, just so everybody understands what the TDA board is. And so that's where now we're having a discussion, because it's not just one person, it's not just 2 people. The other 3 people are interested in this, and there might be others, I don't know. But I know that Councilwoman Edwards as well expressed interest in it.
Madam President, I have a comment.
Proceed.
So, I do agree with Councilmember Edwards that TDA was not removed. And as you said, I did express interest. But I do want to refer back to my email where I recommended that we have all liaisons as 1 year to make it fair and rotate through whoever is interested in the board as they may, choose. So I would like to put that conversation on the table for us to have to limit it to a year, and that way everyone can get a chance to pursue all their passions and interests.
So just responding to that, I did speak with the TDA committee, and they said that they would clear that it's a 4-year, but they would do it 2 and 2. They did not express 1. It was 2 years, they said they would go to 2 council members. That's why I suggested to, I'm repeating what they said to me.
So what is suggested to them for 1 year?
I asked them how would they proceed. I gave them the option. I didn't ask anything. I asked them how would they proceed, how would they handle a situation like this. And they said they could break it up 2 and 2.
Councilman, Council President, so my conversation with TDA as recently as last week, that was not an option, was not discussed with me, and they were hoping for a resolution as soon as possible for a council person, and did not say at any point it had to be a 4-year limit, because they also are aware that the previous council changed the terms for the ward council, particularly the North Ward, which would only be a 2-year term. And as was explained to me, the equivalent of the North Ward council person wanted to take away Hillcrest or Cowboy Park from the West Ward, or be a liaison for another neighborhood in another ward, be very similar. So I think at this point, there's different information going on. Maybe it would be a wise idea to have TDA send the president, the chair, to come and speak to us so we can clear the situation.
Actually, I have it in writing. So they sent it to me, and they sent it to me in writing, which is why I called to have a discussion. Because I told them that if it is a 4-year commitment, that none ward seats would be able to hold, that only the at-large would be able to have it. That's the discussion. So it's actually in writing, and they did send it to me.
You're the only one that has that.
I'm not the only one, there's only one from council, but they did send it to me. Madam President.
I think that as council, we have the power to say how long we want our term limits for. So I don't think, and I won't speak for TVA, but I would hope that they would be willing to work with us if we were to recommend 1-year limits. Maybe they would agree with that, just to allow us to try something new. Just an offer, maybe we can reach out to you, and maybe council will be willing to take over next year, and so on and so forth going forward. Just so that we don't have these types of discussions.
I'm not going to agree with this person. I don't think that you can get a good foot, and I don't think that it is right to keep turning it over. There is no sustainability in that. I think 2 years working with someone is much stronger, we get more accomplished other than working with them just for 1 year. I don't think 1 year is adequate time to get your foot and make a difference in whatever seat that you're in. So I'm not in agreement with you with that, so just letting you know that.
Yeah, and to that point, I think that it would be great for all of us if someone can provide us clarity on what the liaison roles and responsibilities are. I know PDA to an extent has some type of voting power, but if I'm not mistaken, Councilwoman, former Councilwoman Barbara Wilson, when she was on PDA, she didn't have voting power. So to my understanding, as a liaison, we're not going to be voting on anything. You don't have any space to these boards. You're simply there as a being here and reporting things back to council. But that's just from my understanding. So if there was some type of clarity that maybe our attorneys or the clerk can provide us so that we can have a better understanding of what our roles are, maybe it wouldn't be so, how you feel like we need 2 years to get a good footing. If all we're doing is reporting back what's happening in those meetings and then coming here and then we can make the recommendations to the rest of our colleagues, then maybe we have less of a role than we think, and maybe it wouldn't be such a thing that we're going to have to do our footing. And I don't know, maybe we just have to get something about how far or how deep our roles are. So I'm just trying to help come to common ground so that we can get these settled, and if we want the other stickers and the remaining boards that we have to get to. So if we get these, like, find some middle ground, just so that we can get all on the committee.
Madam President,
Madam President.
so again, we were putting this together about the different boards and the liaisons, right? We got a listing of what we thought the available boards were. Sent out an email, asked everybody to respond separately, right? What are you interested in? What is it that you want? People ranked it in the orders in which they're interested. When we sent it out, TVA was not on the list. It was not on the list. To your point, you did say, it would be school board estimates, because at that time, that's what the council president would have done. Because we moved to another school board now, we found out that that position is no more, right? Okay. So when we had spoken about it, I said to you, well, now you have nothing. Do we want to revisit this or look into the subcommittees that would be available so that way you would have something that you could step into and do, to which you apply? No, we'll just leave it for now, let it be, okay? Then we look and then we get the resolution brought forward in front of us that had us, what everyone had selected, all right? And then it said TDA and had your name next to it without anyone knowing that it was available. The TDA falls within the North Ward. I understand that you said you were looking to do some things differently, and I respect that. It's something really hard. However, to Councilwoman Williams' point, she had no clue that it was available, that it was even an option. And I'm not sure we're not going to point fingers and say, well, you left it off or you left it off, because in conversations with others who have served, there's other things that were inactive or things that could be reactive, right? Landmarks and ADA, all this other stuff like that. Anyway, it was not on the list. And so it's not fair that she didn't have the opportunity, because she would have if she was just chosen. To that end, I also sent an email expressing the fact that Councilwoman Edwards did ask the question about what about a cannabis board, what about TDA board, and what about, it was something that housing and economic development. What about that? What are we doing with that? No one ever responded to my email. No one ever answered me. No one said these were an option. No one said you're right, you're wrong, or indifferent. No one said anything. All that we got was, this is what it is. This is what it's going to be. And that's that. In an operating in fairness, transparency, and what's right, Councilwoman Williams didn't get the opportunity to put in for what she would have wanted, which falls within her ward, which she should be able to take part in, right? I am in full agreement with Councilwoman Edwards about, even if it's for a year, we're rotating a lot of things and moving things around, but I just think out of just doing the right thing, I think she should be given the opportunity to be the liaison for the position. She didn't know. None of us knew. No one knew. No one ever answered my emails. I have several emails that no one has ever bothered to respond to, that we can look through. And I just think that in light of all of that, now here we sit. We've had this, we've tabled this, we try to bring it up for discussion, we put it away, and now we're back again. We're back again. In my opinion, I feel like we should have been there on the floor. Councilwoman Williams should be TDA, Councilwoman Frisbee should be zoning, or just wait until something else, when we figure out whatever else we're gonna add to it, if that's not what you wanna do, I feel like that is the right thing to do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Councilman Harrison.
Yes, I kind of agree with the same thing. So look at it in North Ward. If Councilwoman Williams had known, I think she would have asked to be on that board. So with that being known that she was interested in it, I think that it's located in the North Ward. So it was in any of our other wards. I think that each one of us should be advocating for that board person, because I think that's the right thing to do. So I would definitely, Mr. Luciano, I would give a second to your motion.
Anyone else? Mr. Garcia, Mr. Golden.
I just want to be clear, is there a motion on the floor and a second that?
Then we can now vote on.
Make a motion that we amend the resolution making Councilwoman Williams the liaison for Trenton Downtown Association.
And I second it.
It's been moved and second. All aboard. Councilwoman Edwards?
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano?
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Frisbee?
No.
Noted. Motion carried. Amendment resolution, and we have a copy for the sign.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
You're welcome. Moving on, Council President, I guess I'm going to ask now, is it possible that we, would you like to move to the presentation?
For the mayor? Yes, please.
Okay. Mayor, I believe this should show us, there's any specific individuals that you'd like to call up by name. Sir.
Whatever council's pleasure is. Mr. Wood.
I'll go ahead with the order that I have here listed. Let's see, we'll start with Resolution 23-165. I have resolution consenting to appointment of Adam Cruz as business administrator for the city of Trenton.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and members of the council. It's an honor to be here, and I'm really proud that my city chose 7 rational people that we're always not going to be on the same page. There's going to be plenty of times where you're going to disagree, and I respect that. We had a lot of difficulties in the last 4 years getting things accomplished. A lot of stuff I always said happened by accident. But I think there's a new day in Trenton, and I think at all times you're on the same page as far as moving the city forward. It's in your hearts, so I totally respect your positions, and I hope we can continue to work together. And I realize that there's always going to be disagreements and differences of opinions. Starting with the business administrator, runs the day-to-day operations of the city, and it's extremely challenging because there are 10 departments. Adam Cruz has had vast experience with Amboy or Newark, came to Trenton about 4 years ago, and met with all the challenges of running the day-to-day operations of the city. We also are overseen by DCA, and it's a delicate walk, making sure that we get things done and making sure that we also go through the process of DCA. We don't always get it right, but the important thing is that very human level, Adam is accessible, willing to work with the people, not only here, departments, but getting things done. So what I'd like to do is present Adam Cruz for advice and consent, and I encourage you to ask questions. What's the plan? What have you done? What is your vision for the future? I think those are all important questions, and I think that you'd rather hear from Adam than myself. So I'll introduce each director, but I think that they should make the case of your advice and consent. So with all due respect, I'd like to present Adam Cruz.
Good evening, council. Adam Cruz, business administrator. I want to take this opportunity to thank the mayor for once again giving me the opportunity and the privilege to work for the residents of the city of Trenton. I have made the city of Trenton my home now for 3 years now, and I am proud to say that I am a taxpayer in the city of Trenton. Aside from that, the Monday after Thanksgiving will be my 30th year in municipal government. I started off as soon as I graduated from college in 1993, and went on from being a field engineer to being a construction inspector to then being the IT person for the city, for the housing authority of the city of Elizabeth. From there on, I continued doing contract management, procurement. I was a purchasing assistant. I was a purchasing agent. I then left this, after 13 years, I left the city of Elizabeth and joined the, under the Cory Booker movement for mayor. I joined, I was on your side, I joined Councilman at Large Carlos Gonzalez, and I was his chief of staff for a little bit over 2 years. So I understand what you go through, because I was on that side, not voting, thank God. But I actually understand what are the requirements and how heavy of a lift it is for a council person to actually, be sitting and making tough choices. I believe that gives me a little bit of an upper hand because I understand your role very well. then Cory Booker, mayor, stole me from Councilman Gonzalez and made me the director of the purchasing department in New York, where I was a QPA for several years, or 2 years, and then after that, I guess I was doing enough of a good job that I was made assistant business administrator for the city of New York, overseeing an $800+ million budget with close to 300,000 residents. I did that job for 5.5 years. At the time, the city of Port Amboy was seeking a new business administrator. I applied, and out of 30+ people applying, I was selected, and I became the business administrator in Port Amboy and stayed in that function for 2.5 years, and left there to come and join the newly elected former Assemblyman Rito Ciora, with an amazing record in the Assembly, and seeing that there was a vision of progress in the city of Trenton, I felt that it was actually a good opportunity for me to continue growing professionally with the opportunity that were being put in front of me with Trenton, having so many factors that needed to be addressed in the city. I mean, the city of Trenton is actually has been challenging at times, but if you want to make a name for yourself and actually learn, because I never would have thought that a municipal government will sue the Division of Local Government as many times as we did under the former council. It has been a learning curve. So I learned a lot, but at the same time, I believe I had some successes in a lot of the things, a lot of the factors that the mayor, including some of the mayor's vision, weren't permitted by the former council, of course. But I believe I made my mark in the city. I have accomplished several things, and I know that Council Vice President asked Madam President that we put forth at least 4 items. And so I'm just going to mention those 4 items just to keep it short, because it's 9 of us that are going to be coming behind me. I think I spoke a little too much. But just to start with, one of the challenges that I faced when I got hired was actually personnel. The Division of Personnel was in the process of hiring individuals, and it would take sometimes 3 months, 4 months, and sometimes even 6 months to hire an individual. By that time, a candidate coming into the city wanted nothing to do with the city, because they're looking for a job, they need an income. And so it was my job to actually reduce that time frame from having to wait 3 months, 5 months to get somebody in the doors from the moment that they submitted an application. Now that has actually been taken down to once the application is submitted, the waivers are signed, given to the Department of Community Affairs. Once approved by the state monitor, we can proceed with the hiring, either within 2-3 weeks or even within weeks. What we developed was actually a waiver, asking candidates to sign a waiver that if there was something, when we do their backgrounds and their medical, if something came back negative, that they will have to force their job, their appointment, and they will have to leave the city. And that actually assisted us heavily in getting people through the door a lot quicker. That's just one of the things. The other thing was best practices. The state of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Local Government Services has a survey that is provided to all of the 565 municipalities in the state of New Jersey to provide. It's a survey, and the municipalities have to provide answers on that survey. It is my understanding that prior to my arrival, it was close to a decade before us coming in, this administration coming in, that we were successful in actually submitting a passing grade for the best practices. And so I can say that proudly that for the last 4 years, the city has submitted a successful best practices survey to the city, to the state, and we have received all of the funding that the city is permitted to receive by the state. If the survey was negative, we didn't have a passing grade, some of the aid could be cut up to 25% of what we received. And so it is important that we stay on top and, changing policies, adopting new ways of doing business, and, get us out of trouble. The other thing that we did just recently was changing the budget process from a fiscal year budget to a calendar year budget. We did that successfully, and we were able to submit a transitional budget to then a partial budget, transitional budget, and here we are now starting the year with a calendar year budget. That was another one. And last but the most important one is actually, if you are a homeowner in the city of Trenton, you will know that for the last 2.5 years, 30 months, the city submitted a budget that reflected a zero tax increase in your municipal budgets, which is something that, I am very proud of. When we spend money in the city, we spend it, keep it in mind, the residents of the city, to make sure that we're not just throwing money out the window. We do the best just to keep it to the basic services, and then when permitted, then yes, we go ahead and provide additional services, buy equipment. And it's a challenging thing, yes, and I don't know how much longer we can keep that streak going, but that has not happened for 30 months in a row, probably many years in the city of Trenton. But at least we did a budget for 30 months with zero tax increase as of the end of last year. That is all that I have for the 4 points, and I am open for questions.
Madam President.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you. So, B.A. Cruz, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. So the question I have for you is this. Within the personnel division and all the paperwork and everything to hire individuals and things like that, when we talk about your vision for where you look to move our city forward, right? We know in the last audit report, it said that there were repeat findings for every year that they've been here, which has been every year, right? That there's like the paperwork and things that are not in place when it comes to personnel.
Correct.
What is it that you're going to do to help with that issue? Because we should be at a point in time now, I would think, that if we keep getting repetitive findings, someone needs to fix it. And so in your plan of moving forward, is that a part of it?
Yes. So actually, we already resolved that issue in, was it 2021? Right. So the transition year 2021 audit, we had already resolved that issue. So it would not, hopefully will not be showing any time soon in our books. And the other thing that we are also doing is that we are working in implementing and all of the forms to be scanned and electronically kept, so that all we have to do is go into somebody's name on a computer, download that person's name, and all the documentation will be there readily available within seconds. It's something that we have been trying to do, and this is actually part of our first year in office plan that we are looking to actually have completed by the end of the year.
One more question.
Yes.
When it comes to working with DCA and the monitor that is here, can you tell us something that was proposed to you that needed to be fixed, that actually has been done? Like, where are we with that? Is there a checklist that you get that says we have to accomplish certain things? Have we accomplished them? Are we on pace to meet DCA where they need to be met? Are you getting what you need from from DCA timely for things that you're looking to accomplish? How is that all working out, and how is that going to work moving forward for us?
When I was in Newark, the city of Newark was also a transitional A city, so I was already accustomed to working with the Department of Community Affairs. I worked with two monitors in Newark. One of them happened to be Steve Panoa when he worked for the state, and the other one was Rick Ricardella, who was also still at the ECA. So I worked with them, so I didn't have an issue being able to come into the city and just follow the recommendations, and also the memorandum of agreement that we have to sign, and of course, the Madam President will be signing when the time comes. The memorandum of understanding is actually is what dictates all of the functions, how each process needs to be done. And so we follow those guidelines, and the monitor is there just to ensure that those guidelines are actually followed on a day-to-day operations. So if we need waivers, the waivers are signed, and then of course they have to be sent to the monitor. And once we get the approval, we proceed with with the services or functions that we are requesting on that waiver.
Mr. Cruz, so you talked about four of the challenges that you faced since you've been, the business director here in the city of Trenton, right? I said you spoke about four of the challenges that you faced being the business director and how you kind of overcome those hurdles, moving forward. What I'd like to know is, should you be reappointed, what is the greatest challenge you see moving forward? And also, what is your top priority accomplishment that you would like to have made in your next tenure?
Yeah. So the biggest challenge that the city will continue to face is actually us not being to self-liquidate as a city. We are all very aware, the state of New Jersey as well as the county and other places operate within the downtown area of the city of Trenton, and about 57% of the real estate is actually occupied by them. When you compare it to other cities have a bigger footprint, and it makes it a lot difficult for us to be able to actually collect enough taxes from the individuals that are occupying the city for the city to continue to operate on its own. So there is a huge reliance, and we'll still need to rely heavily on the state to continue to operate if nothing else is done. I know we've been having conversations internally, and we are actually doing a pitch for perhaps if there is an opportunity for the city, and because we can't come up with additional land for us to be able to, to gain more tax properties. There, other cities have been given the opportunity for them to charge taxes to the people that work in those cities. And that would actually be something that may be worth actually considering. Our legislators 15 perhaps can assist us in making that happen. We have ran some, as Colin likes to call it, napkin, and when you do the numbers, you actually see that a very small percentage charged to the people that are actually employed in the city will be sufficient enough for us to continue, going to the state every year saying we need more money, because the issue that we have in the city is that we can keep the city at a flat. We can say, okay, we're only going to, if we are doing a budget for $230 million this year, it's not going to be $230 million next year, because everything goes up, contracts go up, and you probably are looking at another $12 million increase next year without us even having to hire more individuals or doing additional expenditures. So the need continues to grow, as the economy continues to actually treat us wrongly by, all these things actually going up in prices. As far as the, what am I looking to do for in the coming year, I have a list of items that we had actually addressed. And mind you, this is just Department of Administration. As the business administrator, I oversee all the other departments, but I have one department that actually falls under me, and the department is made up of several smaller divisions. Some of them include personnel, risk management, benefits, and those are the smaller divisions. And so when you have...
Just the main accomplishment, your biggest accomplishment that you can envision right now.
Okay, so in the Department of Administration, because the other director will be speaking about their department, and I'm not going to take credit for what they're going to be. So mine, for example, was, when I put this together, was the audits. Audits is my number one on the list, making sure that we do the best that we can to minimize the number of findings. And to be fair, we have reviewed some of the findings that are done to the city, and we actually feel that some of those findings should be recommendations. And those conversations are going to continue to take place with our monitor, because I worked in other cities where some of the findings that they make are actually recommendations that could be made and not an actual finding. So that's something that we're going to be working on. The other one is as I mentioned before, modernize the personnel function so that we begin to take in digital documents into the system so that we don't have to be running around looking for paperwork. You are named, you download everything from the application all the way to whatever it is that they are filling out the day that they come in to do their entry, their welcome package. The other one, I would say that this year we're actually going to be working with the departments to do a capital budget. That hasn't happened in the city for many, many years because of the challenges that we had with the former council, because they felt that, why are we putting the city more into, burdening the city with more bonds, but we cannot buy fire engines, we cannot buy garbage trucks, we cannot buy police vehicles. Some of we were very fortunate to have received a grant from DCA actually last year to buy several police vehicles that are actually in the process. But in order for us to be able to actually continue to perform some of the duties in the city, we need a capital budget. We need to buy equipment to fix roadways. And, that is actually something that every city needs to know. It's no surprise that we need that every year. The personnel handbook, as I mentioned, I'm only talking about my division. Personnel handbook, it was drawn up years back prior to my arrival. It is time for us to actually update it and have it prepared and presented to you for a vote. So that's also coming, and hopefully it will get done this year as well.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I'm sorry.
One quick question, I want my council, this is going to be a long night, I think, so really quickly. In all of your expertise and all your experience, working in different municipalities for different, both legislature and administration, what do you see Trenton most likely modeled after? What municipality do you see Trenton more modeled after?
Well, I actually, so one of the things that we need to, I hate it when the city of Trenton is actually always classified as, well, you're just like Camden, or you're just like, a crappy city. Like, we need to move away from that. Why can we, yes, it's true, we're not Princeton, but why not aim for that, right? We're not Hamilton, but we need to start aiming for those actually points of view. And a lot of the time it's the bad press that we get even from our local paper. That it seems that, there's nothing positive coming out of the city except crime and all of these things, and that actually creates a really bad image for the city. When we're doing a lot of great things, especially in the summer. for any city to come and I don't think that there are all these cities doing all these canoeing programs. Maria did an amazing job at the canal over the summer. Not everybody that can, go and dump their chest and say, look, this is what we're doing in the city of Trenton. We have so much that we need to offer, but we need to do a better job at actually doing the sell of the city in a positive way and, move away from the negativity that we have going on in our city for the last several years. Thank you.
Madam Edwards? And to your point about personnel, I know that's one of the big issues that we have here in the city, and I would like to make a recommendation while we're working on updating that handbook. I believe that a lot of our litigation issues can be prevented if we had proper things in place. So I would like for us, because I was told, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we don't have ethics training, sexual harassment training, or workplace rights and responsibilities training. Reminding me that I work for the federal government for a living, all of those things are mandatory, even for the member of Congress. So I believe that we need to have every licensed employee, including the mayor, to complete those trainings in all fairness, because sexual harassment is such a horrendous issue in the city that I think we need to get ahead of and not chase behind. So in the light of being preventative, really in terms of
Yes. So to your point, our city attorney with Bridget actually is working with a consulting firm actually that will be providing sexual harassment, hostile work environment, and there are other series of training that will be taking place in the coming months. I apologize. We also went as far as hiring the Mercer County College. They have good courses that our personnel can actually benefit from, and we already started a series of seminars for our supervisors, because sometimes we make individual supervisors, but we don't give them the tools. So you hire somebody and it's like, okay, you are now a supervisor, go and guide your staff. And it's like, okay, what do I do now? Let me start screaming at them, because that is what a manager should do. Let me start screaming at them and start disrespecting people. And, we need to do better. And that is actually what we are working on right now. And we started with a series, I believe we have done about 5 classes already with several groups from the different departments, and we are going to continue with that. And it's not just going to be for supervisors, but employees that we feel are actually in the front lines receiving our residents as well.
I could jump in. That company's called Cantola. Mr. Cruz already executed the contract with that company and I have it up on the website here, it's managing workplace bullying and respecting workplace conflicts in the workplace. They get a certification, they do it yearly. It's already been paid for. We're going to roll it out to the directors first at the highest level, and that's throughout everybody in City Hall, including council.
You said, I'm sorry, I heard.
I'm sorry.
You said including us too, right?
If it's okay with you, that would be great.
That's it.
Absolutely. Madam President,
I got very
Councilwoman Williams.
We also have asked for a timeline within 14 days of when this actually commenced. Within a couple weeks, can you give us the training when it will roll out?
Sorry, sorry.
Okay, so when will it roll out to after director level? Or do you point to
I don't have a specific date, but as soon as the director, we executed this contract a couple of weeks ago. I have on my screen here the course that I have to take, and then once that's done, I have a certification. I've got once the director is finished with that, then we go out throughout the city.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Couple of weeks.
Okay, yeah, can you just give us an overall timeline, just so we know? Thank you, sir.
Council President.
Mr. Harrison, Councilman Harrison.
Mr. Cruz, you talked about a lot of things, but I think one of the things you left out with the reduction, what was it, 22%, the healthcare costs?
Yes, well, yeah, it actually, it was going to, the cost of health benefits was actually, by the state actually went up 21%. And what we did is that actually, by having working with our broker, we were actually successful at reducing that cost to a very small number for some of the members in the increase. And when we told, our message actually to everyone is we will be saving at a minimum $4 million with this change. However, the number could be a lot higher than the $4 million, but we won't know for a fact for the first year, but it is at a minimum $4 million for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Also, our staffing, I know with the budget coming up, inspections, we do a lot of staffing.
Yes.
We have $11 million for taking down houses. I know at least on Stuyvesant Avenue, there's a property, 667 Stuyvesant, that I think was supposed to be an emergency to be taken down. I'm not sure why this wasn't being approved. If anybody, I'm hoping that DCA or whoever else will change their mind, because there's probably at least 667 Stuyvesant. There's at least 80 properties in Stuyvesant. We have properties all over the city that we should be knocking down. The DCA should be aligned with us, working with the council, working with the administration, to get these properties down and move the city forward. You brought up Camden. You're right. Camden gets more funding than us, and we're the capital city. Explain that to me. Doesn't make any sense. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
So actually, a couple questions. You kind of highlighted, my colleagues asked, and I asked some questions, and we wrote that in so, and it showed some concerns, which I believe we all do, particularly Ms. Edwards' concerns and Joe's.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, I'll speak closer.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say my colleagues asked some excellent questions, and I'm really glad that they did, because we kind of need to get a sense of where things have been, where things are going, and also the concerns shared by Ms. Edwards, particularly regarding sexual harassment training.
Yes.
Because it is a major problem with litigation for our city. It's costing us millions of dollars
Yes.
with all different things that are happening in the workplace. And then when Mr. Harrison's comments, particularly about inspectors, and if this, the contractors, and I know you know this already, are screaming and crying for the inspectors to get out there. So I just have a couple of questions. One of the things I was curious, and I know you probably already had a discussion with previous council regarding moving from a fiscal year budget to a calendar year budget. Can you kind of explain what the advantages of that were and why that decision was made?
Well, out of all of the 565 municipalities in the city, there was only 6 municipalities left in the state of New Jersey that actually still had a fiscal year calendar. I know DCA back in 2020 probably asked that we considered as part of the MOU switching to the calendar year. Operationally, it's actually a lot beneficial for the city to have a calendar year budget versus the fiscal. The money that we receive from the state comes at a reasonable time in the year where we can count on the money a lot sooner than in the past. And that is why it makes it so much easier for us to actually keep the books. You know, you close one year, you open the next one in January. It's so much easier when it comes to accounting. And I have to deal with the headaches of having to break up a year in half and wait for a contract to now be budgeted under two years when you can just budget for an entire year at times with those contracts. If you look at some of the old resolutions, they had 2 years on for accounting purposes as to when it was that one was ending and the other one was beginning, and then we have some pushback from some of the council members that how can we say that the money was going to be readily available the next year for that starting July 1st, but we don't know, what the challenges were going to be in the budget. So it made more sense for us to just move to a calendar year.
Thank you.
Yes.
And my other question has to do with modernization, and it's kind of, there's discussion, and we've gotten a pretty good overall picture presented. But there are some specific things that our government seems to be behind on or catching up to other municipal governments in New Jersey and beyond. And one particular thing that I know my colleague, Councilwoman Frisbee, and others have spoken out about is the inability to use credit cards or debit cards to accept financial payments, particularly with the War Department, et cetera. So what modernizations are you going to be pushing to make, and will you make, going forward if you are reappointed? Because we need to get into the 21st century in a much more
Absolutely.
way than we are right now.
Absolutely. So it is challenging. If you're talking about finances in the city, it's actually very challenging. And it has been challenging because the city has actually been searching for a director for the last 3 years probably. We recently just put out another search for the director of finance, and that was actually our 6th search. There have been 3 state monitors come and go, and we asked DCA for their assistance as well to identify somebody that they may have worked in the past. They do end notices of their local finance notices when we put it out, so they are actually actively also assisting us in trying to get somebody. And that is actually one of the things that we need to do. We need to get a finance director here first to stabilize the department, and then we can proceed with modernizing other tools that we can use that will benefit the residents. One of the things that we have done that we had controlled over, and I'm looking at Colin, because Colin has actually been driving the process. We have hired, Copilot? Which one is it for the budget? OpenGov, and I apologize because the acronyms are so close to each other. OpenGov, Copilot, that I don't know which one sometimes, which one is which. But we bought this service where we are trying to get our budget into this new software where anyone here and the director can actually go into the system and in real time be able to go into the Department of Finance and because you will all have access to the Department of Finance. I want to look at line item, whatever, 400, 150-299, and you click on there and boom, it's right there real time. And that is actually one of the things that you cannot do. What you need, you kind of have to follow a very challenging steps through admins to get to it. Perhaps Vice President will probably have a little easier time being that she's in the finances, so it may not be a challenge for her, but for some of us that are not doing the finance software on a day-to-day basis, it is challenging, and this is actually very user-friendly, and you can pull any type of report. So that's just one of the things that we actually started to do, but as soon as we have a director and, we can proceed to modernizing the department even further.
Okay, Councilwoman, do you have any questions?
Last question, yes.
Okay, this is your last question.
Thank you. What do you like most about your job?
What do I?
Like most about your job currently?
One of the things actually, one of the things that I actually always told myself is that I have to be happy where I work. Once my job becomes work, I don't want to be there. And that's one of the things, because I don't want to be the person that goes to work and says, it's the same crap, different day. That is something that it has been my motto since I started to work, because I will never want for my job to become work. I enjoy what I do on a day-to-day basis, and I come in and do it with all that I got. I enjoy what I do. Everything that I do on a daily basis is actually different than the previous day. Yes, the business administrator does A, B, C, D, E, but that is not how it works. Every day is like A, C, 2, 3, 5, and so it's always different every day, and that's what makes it so much fun. I am here, and I believe I'm making a difference. I am assisting residents, and I believe my colleagues as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we proceed, and the directors come up, I'm going to ask that you would give us, to include in your greatest accomplishment, greatest hurdle, and how you overcame it. And I'm going to ask council as we go, we want to get one time to ask questions. When we get to you, ask your questions, but I want to try and move along. We have several directors, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time. Mr. Garcia, you proceed.
We're at resolution 23-166, resolution consenting to appointment of Wesley Bridges as director for the Department of Law for the city of Trenton.
I think Mr. Bridges will probably say his greatest accomplishment was playing football for Rutgers, which actually helps him in his capacity as law director for the city of Trenton. Any law director for our city has to have a vast working knowledge of the law. There's many cases that the city is involved in, whether it's personal injury, contracts, union negotiations, constitutional law, land use, other property law. So it is a really difficult position, and then balancing the needs of council for information and also representing the administration. Mr. Bridges does a yeoman's job on behalf of the city, overseeing other city attorneys that all have their own expertise that bring to the table. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with West Bridges as far as legal representations goes. So with all due respect, I present to you West Bridges for confirmation for second term, so to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, again. West Bridges, good to see everyone. I know a lot of you, a little bit of background about who I am and why I'm here. I'm not a Trentonian, I grew up in New York, but I always had a lot of affection for Trenton, and always had a lot of friends in Trenton, always loved coming out to the high and playing in Trenton. And I always heard stories about the greatness of Trenton from my parents, how Doctors Row, how downtown was the place to be. And grew an affection for Trenton. I was outside counsel for Trenton for 12 years, representing them through my law firm, Bridges Law Firm. And when I saw a lot of turmoil that was going on the past 4 years, and saw that Mr. Morelli had an unceremonious departure from the city, who I had a lot of respect for, by the way, and I enjoyed working for him a lot. I know him, Mayor Besseler, for a long time. Considered him a friend, considered Trenton a friend, and at that time I made the decision to stop doing work through my law firm for the city of Trenton and come to Trenton to try to help. It was challenging in terms of the biggest challenges that I had, obviously, was opening up the lines of communication. There were barriers up everywhere when I came here. Nobody wanted to talk to anybody. The council did not want to talk to the administration. Administration did not want to talk to council. Council didn't want to talk to council. Administration did not want to talk to administration. And I'm the type of person that what you see is what you get. I'm very transparent. I think my biggest compliment was trying to open up that door of communication, even if just for a little bit, to accomplish something, to get something done for the city. Last year, with much fight and many barriers, we were fortunate after we were able to pass the cannabis ordinance, and that's something I crafted with the assistance of field consultant Chuck Latini, and if you go around to a lot of cannabis discussions throughout the state, our ordinance is really the model for the ordinances throughout the state. And people say that when you come to meet, this is the model for how this ordinance should be. We were able to do that, we were able to get that through. And really, politic it through because there were several members on council who had issues, there were several members in administration had issues, there were members of the public had issues. So that was no easy feat to get that through. And I'm proud to say, in working with Mayor Gassiora and working with the Department of Housing and Economic Development, that we are already at our capacity with respect to the number of dispensaries that we're going to allow in the city of Trenton. There's still some licensing, there's still some approvals, still some things that need to get worked out, but that's really going to inure to the benefit of the city because we've been able to capture that revenue coming in. Another accomplishment that I'm very proud of, and we've discussed it many times with this council, is bringing in young talent. We have some very good young attorneys, they're diverse, they're energetic, and most importantly, the culture we have to take pride in being here. I think one of the things that we're deficient in the city is people don't take pride in the city. The employees don't take pride in the city. They want to talk about the bad part, they don't talk about the good part, what they can do. So I think really my second accomplishment was for the law department, pride in the city, pride in who we are. And even if we may not necessarily agree with something that Mayor Gassiora does, or that Council President and Vice President do, we're able to discuss that in a positive light. We're able to put a good spin on that. So it looks as though we're agreeing to disagree, we're professionals, and we care about what's going to happen. As our business administrator, Mr. Cruz, articulated earlier, and your comments are directly on point. We were grossly deficient in our training, grossly deficient, and it did result in litigation, it did result in higher settlements, it did result in higher judges. So it's something that we've been able to work on in terms of rolling out this training, rolling out not just harassment training, but bullying training, supervisory training, and it starts at the bottom and it starts at the top and goes to the bottom. All of our directors, myself included, need to understand how to manage. If we understand how to manage and we understand how to get ahead of things and how to set that culture, that's going to really mitigate our exposure legally, but it's also going to push the bottom line up because everybody's going to want to perform better. Everybody's going to want to see the fruits of their labor. They want to see their successes. So I think with the training that we have rolling out and the change of dynamic, the change of people's outlook on not just the city but themselves and their job, that's very much going to help. It would be extremely good. I would say most recently, my biggest accomplishment has been being able to have open dialogue with you. It's refreshing to be able to have a conversation with someone and know that they may not like what I'm saying, they may have a problem with what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is the law. What I'm saying is an investment in the city, and what I'm saying is something that I'm putting my license on as proper advice. And it's nice to be able to have that back, just like you had here earlier a short time ago with respect to liaisons. It's nice to have that debate. It's nice to have that friendly debate and to be able to say, okay, we debated this, we stated our position, the decision's been made, now let's move forward. And I can't tell you how much that will benefit all of us, this council and this administration in the future. The law department's a strange animal because it's hard to talk about accomplishments because more often than not we're dealing with problems. We're dealing with lawsuits, we're dealing with discipline, we're dealing with investigations, we're dealing with fire trials, essentially. And one of the things I can tell you, and you will see it may take some time to get there, but we have and had, it's lessening, a bad precedent with the plaintiff's counsel. Plaintiff bar understands and they know, and I'm telling you this factually, just sue the city of Trenton. You'll get one. And look, there are those cases, and when we look at them, we have some on the docket today. When you look at those cases, you say, this is a very difficult case to defend. And when I evaluate the case, I'm really looking at it from the taxpayer's interest. What's in the taxpayer? We're spending the taxpayer dollars. And if I see a case that is going to cost $500,000 to settle with the risk of having a $500,000 judgment versus getting out of it for a fraction of that, I'm going to do that. Am I happy about that? No. I like to argue. I'm a fighter. I don't like to quit. I don't like to give up. But at the end of the day, it's not my dollar to spend. So I can be fiscally responsible with your money. And so as a result of that, we have identified, number one, good attorneys internally, Palmer Richardson, Rashawn Williams, Margo DiStefano, who are doing a great job in terms of getting certain cases dismissed through summary judgment, through motions to dismiss, through early resolution. And we're able to, I'm able to see those benefits because I can see the monies that are being paid out for settlements lessen. I also have great outside counsel now, having been here for 2 years. Those outside counsel were good, let's just be very frank. I inherited a lot of outside counsel that weren't that good. They were great at billing, they were wonderful billers. They were great at calling to make sure that their bills were paid, but they weren't very good at being prepared to go to litigation and take a case to the mat. And we've been able to identify outside counsel who are prepared to do that. And when they get a case, they have instructions. I'm giving you this case with understanding that this is going to go to trial. So don't bill it, don't go through discovery, don't go through 2 years of litigation and come back to me and settle for something we can settle for 2 years because you won't be getting more cases. And then I think in terms of my largest accomplishment here is really just bringing everybody together. Really just bringing everybody together. High tide rise all ships. I have my words like everybody else does. But I can acknowledge them. I can say, I did something wrong. And I expect this council to say to me when I do something wrong, Wes, you did something wrong. I expect my mayor, who was gracious enough to give me the honor to be nominated again when I do something wrong, to say, Wes, you did something wrong. But conversely, I can say to the mayor, to Adam, to Maria, to the directors, to the council folks, you guys maybe didn't do that right either. And I think as long as we can have that open dialogue, as long as we have respect for each other, and take pride in what we're doing, I think we really have an opportunity for a very successful 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges. Questions?
Madam President?
Madam Vice President?
I just want to make a statement, there's no question. Thank you for that, right? And as for the training, I'm glad to know that that is happening. When I was at the water department, and Raphael was alive, God bless his soul, we talked about the need for training, and I actually looked into Fred Pryor training, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with that company as well, but they offer good training for managerial positions or conflict management, resolution, and things like that. So I have introduced that over at Water, and we were looking to move that in a certain direction, but if you're looking for another avenue as well to look into, then I offer Fred Pryor training as consideration for you to look into. But I'm pleased to know that training is starting to move, and it is starting to happen because these are things that have been missing for a long time. So thank you, Councilwoman Evans, for mentioning that piece, and then thank you for moving the needle forward to make it happen.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Did you have a question? Councilwoman Williams.
I actually have two quick questions. One, how many cannabis dispensaries are going to be in the city?
10. Under the current ordinance, 10.
Okay, and then my follow-up is, are there any ways beyond the trainings that you mentioned that our city can mitigate or reduce our legal reservoir exposure?
Yeah,
Are there any ways beyond the trainings that you mentioned, which are going to be outstanding, that our city can employ to mitigate or reduce our legal exposure or legal risk? Are there any more things we could be doing?
allow this to be the first example of transparency. Public hire properly. Do your due diligence when we're hiring people. Make sure that the folks you're hiring are capable of doing their job. Make sure that the folks that we're hiring have the right attitude, don't have a litigious background, aren't confrontational, take pride in what they do, take pride in themselves. And again, I always call a spade a spade. We have a percentage of folks in this building that don't have it. And we need folks in, we have a lot to do. We have a lot of people in this city who want to work their butts off. They take pride in talking from the bottom of the top. My staff, I love them. Come every day. Work their butts off. We have that small percentage, and it's everywhere. It's not specific as to the city of Trenton, it's everywhere. It's every town, it's every company, it's every corporation. We need to lessen that number, the curmudgeon number, as much as possible, and make that 75% folks who are coming in here and busting their butts, working and taking pride in that, and make it 85% by the next year, make it 95% by the next year. And then with respect to training, training is the key. It doesn't just have to be sexual harassment, bullying, the supervising training, it could be safety training, it's OSHA training, continuing education. You know, when you're talking about the legal practice, we take continuing CLE courses all the time as part of our requirements to keep our license. And for all the departments that have those kind of continuing legal education courses, take advantage. Go to legal municipality and don't party for 4 days. Maybe join a class, show up and listen to it, maybe take a note or two, see what happens. That's going to be key to advancing the ball and bringing our star from here to up here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my question was, I noticed that most of all these directors are for 90 days. Are you for 90 days too? And why? Why is it 90 days?
I don't know if I'm like, I believe I'm permanent.
Permanent?
Yeah. There are some that, I guess that's more of a thing we should discuss by way of grace notice. Nothing negative, just by way of circumstances that have to be discussed.
Yeah, because I've seen them for 90 days and I've seen everybody in this room and how hard they work. And I think 90 days is, to me, doesn't make sense.
There's nothing that I can say. It's a discussion that has to be had potentially in executive session, but in order for us to have that dialogue here, we have to give the proper notice under rights, and we also have to do some other things. So I can't really go into a lot of detail about that now, but you shouldn't take anything negative by that. Just certain steps we have to take before we can properly have you understand all the issues we're bringing forward.
Right, well, because my stance would be they should all be appointed for 4 years, because they've done a phenomenal job. They've been working hard today, they just don't. So that's just how I see it.
And I agree with you on all the directors. I think we have a great bunch, and I'll allow that to be my entree to talk about our directors and how hard they do work, and get the council and our friends from DCA and the public to understand what we do. And when you compare our directors to other directors throughout the state of New Jersey, it's going to be very hard for this city to hire and retain good directors. You have directors who are here now because they actually care about the city, and they don't mind taking a little less because they want to see the city do well. You're not going to have Wes Bridges as the law director for 4 years at $131,000 a year, or you have a law director in York making $225,000 a year, a law director in Patterson making $200,000 a year, a law director in Plainfield making $175,000 a year. I'm here because I want to be here because I want to help the city. These directors are here because they want to be here because they want to help the city. We got lucky. But God forbid any of these directors walk out the door, it's going to be very hard, extremely hard, for us to find someone who can, A, do the job, B, do the job at the level that the city needs them to do the job, and C, will not leave to go for greener pastures because at the end of the day, you know, as the police folks are here, let's see, I mentioned radio there, they came here and gave that part of the speech about how they're worried about, you know, supporting their families. And I can tell you half the brass in the Trenton, not half the brass, all the brass in the Trenton department make more than everyone who's a director sitting here. So, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges.
Resolution 23-167, resolution consenting to appointment of Steve Wilson as Director for the Police Department for the City of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Regarding your issue, Councilman Harrison, there are some outstanding issues that have to be resolved before we can move forward. So as Director Bridges indicated, that the public will discuss it in executive session. So we'll just leave it at that. But there is a reason that there are 90 days. And okay. Steve Wilson has been with us as our police director, and if there's one issue, it's public safety. It's probably the number one issue that's facing the city. Director Wilson has done a yeoman's job. Actually, we incurred an increase in homicide during COVID, during the pandemic, and those stats have substantially gone down. He is involved in alternate force training with his officers and is seeking to modernize our police department. So I'll leave it to Director Wilson, but I am proud that he's brought back a summer camp for youngsters, brought our police academy here to teach the public about policing, so we can have better community policing, recruiting. Just this week, we have 2 new officers that actually saw a transfer from other departments that have joined our force. So with that, I give you Director Wilson.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor for bringing me here back in 2021 and putting me up today. Hopefully that will be permanent soon. You heard Director Bridges talk about directors that care, and that's exactly why I came back. When I left in April of 2020, I retired, and when I was brought back, one of the things I said when I was interviewed was that this job in this city is the only job that can pull me out of retirement. And I meant that. And because I fell in love with the city back in March 1994 when I first started. And I worked here. My brother was here before me, and I wanted to follow in his footsteps. So that's what I did. Fast forward to me coming back. Accomplishments. One of the biggest accomplishments was turning around a police department that was in severe distress. We all have manpower issues in all our departments and staffing, and that impact is felt very much so in the police department. You've heard it before from other directors of the police department that we haven't recovered from those 2012 layoffs, and we haven't. So what we're doing now, while we're trying to reacquire those numbers, is give the city and the citizens, we're trying to be fiscally responsible to them while providing the best police service that we can, and we're doing that. A couple of weeks ago, DCA had their presentation, and they showed that we spent $1 million less in overtime than the previous year. And during that time that we did do that, we also had a significant decrease in our violent crime. So we're literally trying to do and are doing more with less. So one of the other biggest accomplishments is community engagement. I think that our successes here in the police department are based upon that engagement, because without the community, and we do that as a whole, and when I say the community, the police department is part of the community. That's my philosophy. That's what I brought here. There was this big separation of the police department and community. I don't believe in that. We are part of the community. We are more engaged, and when the mayor talks about our Citizens Academy, summer camp, and our policing score is about. These are all avenues where our community can engage more with our police department, because we are one and the same. And in addition, I promote with our patrol division, which is our biggest division in the police department, to get out there and be more engaged with the community, talk to the community. Now, it's hard to change culture, but two cultures have to change here in the city of Trenton, and I think we are trending in that direction. One, police culture has to change, so we initiated that. And two, the culture out in the street has to change, the community has to change. They have to learn to trust them, to trust our men and women. And I think that is one of my biggest accomplishments, because we are pushing forward in that direction. And that allows for us to have our successes that we're having. We can always talk about our crime rate going down. We're still trending in that direction going down. Currently, we are enjoying a 22% reduction in crime rate overall. But we try not to put those numbers out in the ether, because we don't want them to change. We want to keep them trending in the right direction. The other things that we bought is different programs here. And one of the biggest ones is our Trenton Community Street Teams. And we have not one, but two. One is from the city of Trenton, the other one is from our community partner, Salvation and Social Justice, and they work together. And what an impact they're having. And what this is the community stepping forward to heal and make our community safe. And it's supported by the police department, it's supported by the city, it's supported by the communities. Members of our own community are there. And this helps our victims of crime. This helps those who are involved in crime, maybe steer away from that lifestyle. And that's the other side of crime prevention. We can all talk about law enforcement, making arrests, taking guns off the street, and all those things which the police department does. But what we brought back now is the other side of it, the social service side. We work hand in hand with recovery advocates at municipal courts. Recovery advocates right now is out with our police officers, addressing and having engagement with the homeless and our drug addicted, our panhandlers. To date, our recovery advocates have gotten 74 people off the street into some type of treatment. And the police department never engaged in those type of activities before, and that's what we're doing. That's true crime prevention. Now, do we have a homeless problem? Yes, we do, and addicted people, but we were never engaging them with help. It was always, here's your summons, here's your handcuffs, go to the county jail, and sit there until your next trial. So what we're trying to do now is in those aspects of those folks who are in those situations, is kind of help before handcuffs. And we got on board our municipal court on board with that, the prosecutor's office on board with that, and we try to get them services. Our CEASE program also help them get them housing. So with the police department, it's not just crime prevention, it's now public safety. And Steve Wilson didn't do this alone. I came back here and I recruited all of our local, state, and federal authorities. I recruited the community. I recruited our clergy. And the other thing that I think West touched on, and I think almost Adam not here touched on, is this is the other part. All these directors here are part of my public safety team. And what I didn't have that I had now, and I'm just a little overwhelmed because the last time I stood before council and I spoke, it wasn't a good time. And now this is a totally different vibe for me. So forgive me if I talk on and on, but with this team here, and I'm part of this team. I only had half a council that was part of that team before. Now I feel like I have a whole council that is part of Team Trenton. The last time I said the Team Trenton had a council meeting, somebody laughed right in my face. It was too low in my face. But I honestly feel Team Trenton is in this room. And that's how we move the city forward. That's how we get things done. And the other thing that I'm very proud of, and it was a surprise when I got the email from
mayor was your counterparts over there in Philadelphia came here to see how we're doing. And the mayor kind of put me in the middle of that spotlight. Nobody was to me because Steve told me what you did. But what I did was recruit and build a great team. And here they are, you know. So just imagine, Philadelphia is one of the premier cities in the whole country, and they came here to the city of Trenton and asked us how we were doing and how we were successful. So I think that maybe is an accomplishment in itself that council would come here and ask Trenton, hey, what's up? You know, so, and I'm tasked. My bosses are hard on me, and our partners in DCA are hard on me. There's one right there, Phil Gonzalez. He's hard on me. You know, he'll write me and I'll say, "What's your viable outcome for the money we're spending?" You know, he makes sure that I am being fiscally responsible to the taxpayer. And sometimes he makes me angry, but that's his job. His job to make sure that I'm doing right by the citizens here and right by this police department. And I appreciate that. So that's the last time we get something like that. But he tasked me, so does Adam, you know, and so does the mayor. He tasked me, and I'm in the spotlight often because I might be in the position of the police director, maybe the most high-profile director in the city, because it deals with public safety, it deals with life and death oftentimes. I'm okay with that. I knew that walking in the door, and I appreciate being here. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Director. Any questions?
Director Wilson, hi. Thank you so much for that. You know, for the record, I think you're doing a great job. The question I'm going to ask may not be the most popular amongst my fellow colleagues, or some other people, and it's probably beating a dead horse, but I do want to just publicly state, you know, a lot of our businesses, liquor stores, and bars in the city of Trenton, you know, they are tasked with, you know, keeping their clientele, you know, ruling, you know, while they're out drinking, whatever. But we also know that people often don't act the way they do sober when they start drinking. You know, the city of Trenton has several liquor licenses for several businesses, and they're up to grabs. What can you tell me that you're doing from a standpoint as a director for some of these businesses when they call for help, when somebody has been kicked out of the business and comes back with a shotgun or with a machete, or, you know, fights in the street after being kicked out of the business? You know, the business owners are doing what they need to do. They're paying, you know, certified security officers. But when they call for help, I know that a lot of times, you know, police are not responding or taking a long time to respond. What can you tell me from your perspective, you know, and if I'm wrong, you know, say I'm wrong, but what can you tell me from your perspective as a police director? How do we move forward? How do we make it better? How do we make it safer for some of these business owners?
Okay, so I'm not going to say you're wrong, because sometimes there is a lag in its response to anything. That falls on the backs of the supervisor on the street, but it mostly falls on the fact that we prioritize assignments. So there's a lot of different variables that would cause a no response or an extended response. And some of those are one, manpower, but two, mostly we prioritize assignments. So just say a man with a gun call is going to get priority over just a disturbance. Oftentimes, where I will say that the police department gets a bad rap is you'll get a lot of complaints as counsel. Well, the cops never did anything. You know, this happened, that happened, that. And then I get these complaints. First thing I do is I go to the comm commander and I say, run the CAD and see how many police calls came on that. There are so many times there no one called the police, but they complained and the police never showed up. That happens more often than not. Or the call comes in and it doesn't exactly explain that there was something that would have been high priority, and the call comes in differently. So as far as the bars, and we were on a Zoom meeting together, enforcement in the bars, a lot of our enforcement unfortunately, a lot of our licensed premises, they do serve folks to the point where they shouldn't be served anymore. And when those folks walk out, they become victimized. We have an ABC detective that will charge accordingly. And she does that fairly. Sometimes she gets a bad rap because she's just doing her job. But that's another thing. How do you, when I mentioned earlier, how do you change culture? How do you change culture? Frequently, these folks drink and drink and drink, and they come out and walk home. How do I stop that? Unfortunately, we have in the city some folks who don't have bank accounts, who are trusting of government or the police. They become victims. They don't call the police themselves. We won't find out until we get a call from the hospital. We get there trying to interview them, and too intoxicated. That happens all too often. So sometimes you are getting it secondhand, and so are we. We're getting from hospital staff all too often. What do? I deploy manpower into those areas where that is frequent, and happens. I put out task force, robbery task force, to go after the folks that we have identified who are predators on those folks who are in that situation. Like anything in any crime that we have, there's spikes in certain crimes, that's where I deploy my manpower. There's spikes in certain areas, that's where I deploy my manpower. We always are consistently trying to increase our manpower so I can provide more coverage for more areas of the city, not just the hotspots.
And to that point, for a resolution, possibly, is there something that maybe our community affairs police officers, maybe in conjunction with the ABC, could formulate some type of seminars, to talk to some of these bar owners and conceptually tell them, what they're doing wrong? Because a lot of them come from other countries and are doing the same things that they do in their other countries. There's language barriers and such. I know we have a lack of manpower, but we're saying to try to resolve some of this. Is that a possibility in the future?
Yes, it is. Currently, Lieutenant Rios is actually working on something that we're going to put out on hopefully the city's website, the police website, and hand out in Spanish and English public safety tips for the community at large. And certainly, and we're also talking about having some type of seminar for our licensed premise owners in that regard, how this should be operated.
Madam President. So, Director Wilson, I'm enjoying the Citizens Academy, the Police Academy. Thank you for that and your other contributions that you have done. Looking forward to see what else you're going to roll out, what is going to happen, and just thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have a question.
Councilman Edwards.
Thank you. I do love that you said the seminars for licensed holders. I was just talking to Councilman Feliciano about, getting that really ABC board, maybe we can, or whoever it falls under, can host some type of annual compliance meetings for licensed holders in the city to go over the rules and regulations and to bring their annual commitments to not overserve their consumers, because people being attacked going home from bars and liquor stores and things is a thing in our city and has been for a long time. And there's actually a particular group of kids that I won't name that there are culprits, and I know that your predecessor had them all, so I know that was being addressed, but that is a thing. And the opening up and drinking and things like in Unity Square Park, there's liquor bottles all over. There's men that fall asleep in drunken scoopers and get robbed and wake up with nothing. Like you said, a lot of people don't have, well, not a lot of people, but some people don't have bank accounts, so they carry all of their assets on them. So they're getting robbed. So that's an issue. I'm glad that we have a lot of great task force for us. I just want to make that comment. I wanted to ask you for a transparency sake to elaborate on the police culture with changing, I know we have a community culture, we have a disconnect with the police department, but that didn't start from the community. That mistrust started with the police department, with how black and brown people were treated historically throughout the history. So the police culture and what you're talking about, I don't know if you're comfortable with the narrative and some of the details, but can you talk about some of the things that you've identified and have changed?
Well, certainly, I don't feel comfortable at all. Because I come from the old school, but I grew up and as I promoted and became older, I realized the importance of community and engaging with the community. So there was a separation. The police department stopped talking to the community and vice versa. And I know that the police department, for whatever their reasons, and not just Trenton Police Department, but police departments across the nation, disengaged. And they became unfeeling, unwilling to do their jobs, or they would do minimum just to get by. Because I know as a former police officer, the feeling of not being supported by the community, whether that was real or imagined, that is a feeling from our police officers, some of them. And when you start to feel that way, you become disengaged. And then throw in the few, 25%, I think, Director Bridges said, but I think it's less than the police department. Folks that become uncaring, you become belligerent, use of force becomes worse, demeanor complaints rise, things of that nature. So this is the police culture that has to change. That change is what I've done up here. ICAT and ABLE training, which is de-escalation training and bystander training for police officers, is mandated by our Attorney General's office. I got here and although it was coming by order of the Attorney General, I was the first one to say we're doing, because I wanted everybody to know that this is our first change in the police department. What we're doing. I want everybody to know we're doing this training. Now, so how that works is we all did that training here, except for those who are out just in time for whatever reason, and they're not trained as well. So we do this de-escalation training and bystander training, and then we're done. We have one-time training, we're done. I don't do that here. That is incorporated into our biannual training for the rest of it. As long as I'm here and beyond. They will do de-escalation training and bystander training from now on biannual. We're not just going to do it at one time at the AG order. We're doing it all the time. So the officers are reminded of how they're supposed to act and what they're not supposed to do as far as use of force and as far as misuse of force. There is updates from the Attorney General that are also mandatory, and that also may be incorporated. We will never stop that training. We are using technology in that regard, and that's the body-worn cameras that we have. And the body-worn cameras show the truth, and sometimes it shows officers doing the wrong things, and sometimes it shows that the officer being accused of something that didn't happen. So it works to protect everybody. And we're encouraged in that because, like I said, being an old school cop, obviously I don't need that body on camera, but I look at the cases that happened and I go, if I had a body on camera, I would have been accused of that. In my career, I think that's a case, so I promote that. And our officers grow up with this now. I didn't have that for 20-some years of my career, was with my cameras. But now the officers grow up to that daily, and that is part of the change of police culture. This technology. There's technology that we utilize in the city that also helps us with our investigations. It helps us be more proficient as officers. And the other thing is training. Training. I promote that. I try to spend every dollar that I can on that. And our training comes from our forfeiture funds, so that's at no cost to the taxpayer. I try to send the officers through as much training as I possibly can. Because a better trained officer, better decision making than they do on the street. The less complaints there are on the street, and more satisfaction there is from the community. So that's how I address the change of police culture.
I'm sorry. We try to go on. But I love when you mentioned public safety, not just crime reduction, because a big part of our city issues are public safety, not just crimes, not just gun violence and things like that. Like our quality of life affects the kids. I do, or I was made aware of, we got rid of our traffic enforcement department or division underneath this department some years ago. And traffic in the city is horrendous, is deadly, and has resulted in so many different injuries. And I would like to recommend that the police department focus highly on traffic enforcement. There's times where I realize every day is getting off my street on American Bridge and that intersection right there, as far as every week. And there's no police officers there to monitor, but I know we don't have any power. So I do want to make that recommendation. And that brings me to my last part, crossing guards. What are we doing, or what are you doing about building the 30 or so open positions for crossing guards? Because at Perry Street, God forbid, one of those kids are going to get hit one of these days if there are no crossing guards there. The street teams can't cross the kids. The police officer that's right there cannot cross the kids and protect them at the same time from other things going on. They can't pull over the parents that are dropping their kids off on the opposite side of the road in the middle of the street. There's no regulations, and that's just one school. Most of the schools have that problem. So, do you have a plan for crossing guards?
Yes, we are currently at 11 pending being hired right now. And we continue to interview more. So I want to fill out a vacancy. I want to fill out a vacancy in the police department. I want to fill out a vacancy in comms. I want to fill out a vacancy in our crossing guards. We are in a perpetual state of hiring. Right now we have 11 pending.
Same for traffic tips.
I just have one quick question. Are we being trained, or is there a plan in place for an emergency shooting? As you see, there's a lot of spiking, school shootings, building shootings, malls. Is there a plan in place, or are officers being trained in some type of way with that?
Yes, we have our lieutenant partner from the training bureau. He is trained as an active shooter instructor. All our officers will go through active shooter training. We recently acquired weapons in regards to that type of situation. So they'll all be trained on those as well. And this takes time. It took a while for us to get our equipment that we need to in fact do that. But yes, Lieutenant Martin, unfortunately, right now he's definitely on, but the training should start in a month or two for active shooter training. And we also, Lieutenant Woodhead has been attempting to train hot and doing drills. I don't know if Councilwoman Feliciano, this is the drills over there at Trenton.
Right, that was my main question, but I just wanted to commend you also on, the community allowing officers to be present in some of our civic meetings. I think it's very beneficial that the residents will hear from officers on a monthly basis on most of Trenton, and does it every month. So I just want to commend you on that. That's it.
So one last thing I think is very important, from the top down, to be present. And I try to be present as much as I can. And I push that down to my officers and supervisors as well. So just kind of trying to lead by example in that way.
Council President? Councilman Director Wilson, first I want to say I'm really sorry for the treatment that you went through previously, questions of your character, your race, many other things. You do not deserve that, because beyond that. But I'm thankful you stayed with our city, and now we are able to work with you as a council now.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And so I have just a couple questions.
I
One,
want to limit it to Councilman Williams, please. Stay on
I
time.
will limit myself, Council President.
Thank you.
So, just to echo and then ask a question, Councilwoman Edwards. Traffic enforcement, traffic has become a terrible problem in the city. It's gotten worse during COVID. It's between, I think, who knows psychologically what's happened, but it seems that the rules of the road have gone to Mad Max in some places. So I'm wondering what the plans are to bring traffic division back, maybe strengthen it. I know, I do understand there's a minimal effort now, but we really need to have, particularly on a lot of our main thoroughfares. So what's the plan coming up to help with that issue?
Okay, so right now I have two radar operators, and we have, I believe it's like 8 that are in training. To start another unit requires manpower. If I were to get all 10 of those guys and make them a traffic unit, that's 10 less officers that I'm in patrol here. So just to give you some perspective on that. So I received some complaints about traffic issues, and what I do is I contact our patrol bureau command and I point our radar guys in that area. So Ferry Bridge, what I can do is we keep up operations in that area, try and belie that problem for a while, then we'll move on to the next area. That's how we're addressing it right now until I can actually build a bigger unit.
Do you have a timeline?
It depends on how many people I can hire. Like I said, we're in a professional state of hiring, so.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. So my last question, second question, regarding our DCA training, one of the observations that we made is that the police budget is 4% less than the fire department budget. We certainly don't want to see the fire department budget attached. But it's an anomaly compared to a lot of other municipalities where those numbers are that way. So I'd like to know if you were able to have a budget that would be bigger for the police department, particularly regarding capital improvements, things you'd like to do. What would you do if that percentage were to get closer to what the fire department receives?
So instead of asking for grants for vehicles, I like to be able to just get them in a timely fashion. I wouldn't have to go through that whole process, but if it were just a matter of increasing my budget to get more manpower here, that's the main thing, because I want to give adequate police coverage to the whole city and not just chase dots of crime around. Also, we are in the middle of a rather significant upgrade in our radio system and our emergency 911 phone system. There was a couple of delays with they were unforeseen, but they're going to work out. We're in an upgrade with technology around the city, and thank God, Orange County Prosecutor's Office is footing that bill. So that's because of the relationship that I have with Angela Honford. Talking in private about that, but significant upgrade of technology going on in the city. And that's what I like that new building. Our building is old, to say the least, and there's a lot of issues with it. We're always fighting breakdowns, and our IT guys are always getting called back in the middle of the night. And it's just because of the design of our building. It's a concrete mortar. We needed the whole thing to be rewired today, but any company that comes in puts out an exorbitant amount of price to do it, because they have to drill through all this stone to rewire the building. And when the wind blows and we have bad storms, we use power, and then we can generate it all the time, things like that. If we can get a new building, that would be great. Just the more upgrade and technology that we can get, the better we can serve the city. And that goes hand in hand with the Walmart partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any other questions?
Council President.
Councilman Johnson.
Director Wilson, first I'd like to say that previous council did not give you a fair share. It was embarrassing how they treat you. And you come in here creating a good community, police officers working in the community. You have an ABC officers working hard for the people. We have working with the Trenton street team. You had 74 people now are out on the streets. We're either homeless or panhandlers. That's phenomenal. But I also like that comment that Bobby said, help before handcuffs. That's your resident everybody said. That's what a true leader is about. He's about building the police department back to right. Need more staffing, building the department really needs to be replaced. I wholeheartedly agree with that. So just commend you for your hard work. And as I said, we're so lucky to have you because last answer did not give you fair share. You worked very, very hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk Wilson.
Thank you, Madam President.
Department of Housing and Economic Development is an important department. If public safety is number one, you also want to provide alternatives to policing, and that's providing jobs and economic development that creates a vital city. HED is in charge of inspections, urban enterprise zone funds, which creative vibrant business districts. Demolitions are very important. I thank Councilman Harrison for bringing up that issue. Extremely important for us to create new housing opportunities. Hazardous site mediation. Just this past couple of months, we've issued an RFP for the redevelopment of Broken Block 2. Clinton Court on North Clinton. We're going to be issuing an RFP for the land where JoJo's Steakhouse used to be. And you have a walk-on regarding rehabilitation of 68 properties on Stuyvesant Avenue. At the center of this, I proposed Lloyd Standback, who went to MIT and University of Virginia. He's smart, energetic. He's formerly the president of Trenton Downtown Association. He's a businessman. He actually owns commercial property in the city. And somebody who's on the ground of Trenton. I think he can make an excellent director for the Department of Housing and Economic Development. I bring you Mr. Standback, who's also a member of the Capital City Redevelopment Corporation, which is the state arm that is in charge of the Capital District downtown. So with all that vast experience that he has, I think he'd be an excellent addition to our cabinet.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. First off, I'll say that since I've only been in this role for a few months, my comments and questions may be less than we have everybody else. But I do want to echo what you already heard as a theme with respect to this cabinet and these directors. I'm the new kid on the block, and they have welcomed me and supported me to give me access to information and resources that are needed to make sure that we get our department planning as the board's speaking behind. I want to add on to what the mayor was saying. I want to give a little bit more about my background and my involvement with the city of Trenton. So I first came to Trenton as an employee of my law firm in 2011. And my first goal outside of my law firm was to be on the board for the Trenton Community Music School. So I did that for a couple of years until I rolled off. Then I got involved in the Downtown Association. I was involved with them for 6 years. 3 of those years I was the chair of that board. At the same time, I was also involved with IOS. I was involved with that board for 4 years.
4 months, I was the chair of both boards. I rolled off of both of those boards, and then I joined, as the mayor said, CCRC, and I'm also sitting on the Thomas Edison State Foundation Board. So I have both of those roles right now at the same time. One of the things that, when I was talking about accomplishments, so it's not a lot that I can point to that has happened in the last few months, but what I can say is that what I was able to do, which I'm very proud of, was to meet with every member of my staff as soon as I came in, and also have some conversations with, a little bit more limited with my colleagues to understand what our history has been and understand what we were trying to do as a department and also as a city. So in those efforts, I also met with about 15 developers already who are interested in doing things in the city. I think that this council already knows that there are a lot of people who are waiting, and they are very, very impressed by the fact that this council is leaning in with respect to trying to get more development in the city. And so I think we just got to be ready because they're coming. In a good way, they're coming. As the mayor mentioned, I've been involved with the RFPs, two of which you've already seen, Local Block 2 and the courts, which we're trying to get out as soon as possible. We have some others going on, as studios, and we have a few other development areas that we're focused on. I'm very, very proud to have the relationships that I have, apart from being involved with TA, apart from being involved with CCRC. And through those relationships, we've been able to do some work with EDA. So right now we have scheduled for this coming summer, June 13th, to have a developers day. And EDA is going to help us understand and present to these developers the funding that they have for the developers that potentially interested in the properties that we have here in the city. And we're going to actually go out and showcase these properties. So I think I've mentioned to a few of you that I'd like to know any properties that we think we should get in front of these developers, so we can actually get some positive movement in that regard with respect to the advancement of our city. One of the other things that I did when I came on board after talking to the administration and to the people in my department was try to get a sense of where the department should be going over the next year or so. Now, I would say, and I think we would all agree, that efficiencies that we still should work on into the department, in terms of communication and handling matters, that's what people expect in any department. But with respect to my department, what we put out there as goals, at least 5 of them, are the following. One is to focus in on the catalytic areas. And I think you may remember from your youth development training that there were about 5 areas that we felt were catalytic for the city that were identified during the creation of the Trenton 250 master plan. I would add a 6th one to that. That would be the choice neighborhoods. And as you heard from the presentation from the Trenton Housing Authority, they already have some plans for that. They already have it back in the HUD. But I think it's very important for us to understand as a city how we support that effort. The other thing that, the second thing that I wanted to put out as a goal for our department and talk to my people about is that we have situations where we inherit, I would say, properties that are foreclosed on, and we need to have a better process, which also will involve the Parks and Recs, Public Works, going to involve water, because all those departments get involved when we acquire a property that's been foreclosed on, and also the people who are in the tax department. Because part of what we want to do is be more efficient, more transparent, and have more communication about when these properties come on board and get them off our books and get them sold, especially in the new development areas. So that's something that we're working on in terms of trying to get a program like that more inherent in what we do as a part of our operations. Another thing that we're going to be focused on in the next 12 months or so is succession planning. So we already know that we have some issues with our inspectors. They're getting a little older. We have some at one position where we have a part-time person who will be
also have one person that's doing our brownfields, who's been around for maybe 20 or 30 years. We also have some limitations in our planning department. So part of what I think we need to do as a department, and part of the goals is to put together a succession plan so we can make sure that we have the best people we can to fill the roles that we need and we get the work done that we need to get done. The fourth thing, and I think all of you are familiar with the Trenton 250 plan, it was originally thought that we were going to have a update of that in the 5th year, and this is the 5th year. So we have some possible funding from EDA to help us with that. So we're investigating and trying to figure out how to put that together and with the resources that we have to be able to get that update. And as I think somebody said earlier, we also have the UEC funds that come into the city. So one of the objectives is to put a plan together for that will match up with the other efforts that we're doing and things that we're trying to do in the city so that we can have almost an accelerator or multiplier with respect to all the different types of programs and the things we're trying to do our achievements. Coming up, we've been in development. This happened, started way before I got here, was as Councilman Harrison knows, the Fight for Life program. So we're going to try to make sure we understand how that integrates with what we're trying to do, in particular with the catalytic areas. And let me also focus a little bit more on that. The notion of the catalytic areas is to understand each property that we have in that and figure out with respect to funding from the state, funding from the federal government, how we can stack things up. So each of these government entities, not so much the county, each of these government entities have different types of funds, and what we're looking to is have a toolkit that we can pull from, and the objective of doing this plan for these catalytic areas is to be able to try to put the right tools in each of those properties that we identify. So I think that would be most of what I can tell you about things that I've been involved with, but I do think it's important to know again that because I've been involved with TDA and CCRC and other cases, that I do have the relationships to be able to at least have the real conversations with the state, the county, other people in the city, and now with the federal government to try to be able to put together the mix of things that we'll need to advance the city.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Questions? Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to wait to see if anyone else has questions.
Now, Councilman Williams.
Thank you. So regarding when you explained, very, very good explanation of what you're going to be able to do, where we're going in 90 days. And one of the things I was curious, because a lot of folks don't know what catalytic areas and where they are. So if you can kind of just give a brief overview, what the purpose is, as far as if someone says, well, how come not my neighborhood? You know, why are these areas were chosen?
Okay. So number one, I think there's here, somebody else mentioned that we have a walk on. That is coming on with respect to Stuyvesant.
Yes.
And I do have each of you a map that shows the catalytic areas. And one of the reasons why we're focusing on Stuyvesant is because we already have in play, as an example, a redevelopment plan for the Bellevue-Rutherford area, but we hadn't started the process similar with respect to Stuyvesant. So as Walton, as you can see, is going to be a situation where we're trying to get those two communities somewhat in the same path because we're focused on that whole area, former Mercer Hospital. So those areas were chosen based on the Trenton 250 master plan development, where there's community involvement in it. And so with respect to looking at these particular areas, there was an understanding for the community and people who were running that process that if you do what I call full court press in those areas, that you'll get a great benefit for the whole city as a whole. Now, I think it's debatable whether or not you do 50% for those areas and 50% for everything else, or 80% for those areas and 20% for everything else. I think we have to figure that out. But I'll also say that those areas are going to be in different stages. So to get more specific to your question, we're talking about the hospital area, we're talking about Old Trenton, we're talking about Madison, we're talking about Chambersburg, we're talking about the Creekside, and I said, I put in that the Tracy neighborhood was going on in County.
Thank you very much, sir.
Councilwoman Evans?
Thank you. I would like you, I want to first make a recommendation on the record. You talked earlier, I know you were expecting, we're waiting on feedback from us about the Clinton Avenue apartments. I would like to make a recommendation that we extend these RFPs from 45 calendar days to 45 business days to allow more time for investors who are interested to go through the process of procuring funding and partnerships and coming out with reviewing property and things like that. Like, a lot of these things take time. So, and getting a lot of feedback from people who I sent the RFPs to, that was their number one concern, was why so quick. And I'm worried that that will limit our opportunities of what we can have here in the city, and also kind of shut out certain people who need a little bit more time, who may not have minutes to sit there. So I wanted to talk about that, and in that, the blight reduction, because I know that Golden Block and the other properties and things that you're talking about, being kind of area is part of this blight reduction plan. But I want to talk about the blight reduction plan in terms of increasing home ownership, not just the focus of commercial properties, but increasing home ownership for Trentonians, not just bringing people into the city from outside, but how do we turn renters into home ownership? Do we have a plan for that?
Yes. Part of what you should know is that when I often talk to people, I tell them that it's not lost on me that the first word line title is housing. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when I recently did a presentation for the African American Chamber of Commerce, New Jersey, and one of the things I had on the slide was the fact that we have what I call an out of whack ratio of homeowners to renters. So we have 38% that are homeowners versus 60% that are renters. So I've been having conversations with the state about one of the funding opportunities that they have, where they're considering, number one, having the requirements for secret funding be lower, so you don't get as big as developers come through. And the other piece is that we're going to try to put, and this is not been spelled out specifically, but the notion is for this funding to go to single-family homes that will be owned by somebody, not that they're going to be rented. Now that said, there are possibilities for us to have like 2 joining homes where someone can buy both of them and then they can put together a house. So that's being discussed also. But the notion is, especially places like Chambersburg, Trenton, and over the hospital area, those are single family homes. Right? So we got to make sure that we have enough money to be able to fund the ability to rehabilitate those homes.
And second, I'm glad that you said that. So that brings me to my next and final question. In terms of home ownership or just property ownership, period, in terms of blight, in terms of accountability, our city has only adopted 25% of the Abandoned Properties Rehabilitation Act. And I believe that due to that low standard, not adopting the full state law or statute, that is to our hindrance, not being able to fully hold people who are buying properties here accountable for the condition of the property as contributed to the life and crime and poverty in their neighborhoods. So, do you have a plan on adopting that remaining that APRA to hold people accountable? For example, we have plenty of investors that have bought dozens of properties here in the city for nothing and are sitting on them for going on a decade and has done absolutely nothing. And an APRA would have taken that back from them had it not done the rehabilitation of those properties after a certain amount of time. So, do you have any plans on fully adopting that state statute and also accompanying it with land banking to protect people too, because sometimes their homeowners can't live there, that fall under that ordinance. So, do you have a plan?
So the short answer is that we do not have a spelled out plan specific to that. I do have, and what we have been talking about is making sure, especially with respect to properties that we have fall back clauses in, to the development, to go through the process of understanding what those are and enforcing those. That's a little bit more challenging because some of these we as a board, so there's some restrictions we have to do to pull those things back. And going forward, we all want to make sure that it's very, very clear with respect to these properties, especially if they're coming from us, that we have some timetables on it so that we have a situation that the developer is not doing something or just sitting on it, that we can pull it back. In addition to that, and we've been talking to the director of reports and the law director and inspections, we're talking to some other people. We're trying to figure out what to do with some of our landlords who have not been doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I know the court's already taken some steps with respect to that, and one or two particular landlords, and they're going to try to go after them. These landlords kind of change their names, so we have to figure that out. But our departments are starting to talk about how we can work together with respect to dealing with that issue.
Right, because the property doesn't necessarily have to be vacant, and it doesn't have to be confined to taxes. It can be moved occupied and still fall under the ADRA, and it can be taken away. So that's what I meant by what you said. The landlords are not being responsible, and then it falls on the tenants. So we want to protect and put things in place. I feel like we need to do it because these landlords are out of control in our city and taking advantage of our residents.
Yeah, but I also say, and I think you all know this, and Councilman Harrison said this quite a bit, we have to do what we can do with the resources that we have. And so we have to balance that out. We don't want to leave anything that's totally undone, but the ability to put maximum effort on that relative to other things that we're trying to do is when that can be balanced.
Mrs. Seymour. That's all. Thank you. Does she already have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's before from Councilman Harris.
Yes.
So you're taking one before for Mrs. Seymour.
Just stand back, yes.
Councilman Harris.
Yes. Stand back. You talked about the Fight the Flood. Could you elaborate a little on that?
So the Fight the Blight program has a lot of different elements to it. Actually, I have a cheat sheet. It's the notion of focusing in on these areas or any area and being able to, number one, use local contractors with those areas. Number two, be able to possibly have some of these people who are local contractors, depending on the circumstances, they may be the actual buyers of these houses, right? Number three, there's going to be some social aspect that we're going to put to that because it's a situation where we're going to come into the community and apply the program and get a community engagement also, based on what's going on. So it's not just a one-touch, you go in and you fix something and you leave. So it's a more holistic approach in terms of how we go in and try to revitalize the community and build these houses and get people in the houses and at the same time be able to have a labor force that is now trained to do these type of things. So in the future, they can help with us with other places or they can go and do their own things. So there's a training aspect to this also.
Also, you talked about inspections, I think that's the key. The key to the city right now, we need, you said, a lot of people inspections are retiring, so we're going to need the next generation of people working in inspections, help move the city forward. Also, about the vacant property fee. The $3,000, that should be going up, I'll be honest with you. Because we have, like you said, we have people who sit on properties, they sit on them, they do nothing with them, and it becomes more polite. You should have people who are paying their taxes now, they have a little across the street, and they see that house. So it's not fair to them, and like you said, we have to do all those things. So thank you for your time.
Well, and I'll add that one of the things that we're looking at with respect to inspections is our, and I think councilors have asked questions about this before, our fees and our violations, and what we charge them relative to our neighbors and relative to others. Because we want to make sure that we're maxing out on that as best as we can. And we also know that we can use that as a deterrent for certain things, because some people, they'll just pay the fee as opposed to do this. So we got to figure out what that balance is for that. Okay?
Madam President? I'm sorry, Councilman Harris, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam President. So, real quick, you have your own law firm, you still have it?
The law firm still exists.
Okay, still exists. So what happens in the case where if there is a potential buyer or developer that comes to the table that you have represented under your law firm, right, as their attorney? What is the process for that? What do you do?
So if I represented them with respect to the city, then that would have to step aside. But there's only there's two people that I represent with respect to the city. One is a company that was trying to do a pilot extension, I would say. And actually that company, that property got sold, so that client is no longer a client because somebody else owns that property. The other one was, I had worked with the prior owner of the hotel with respect to some tax issues which got addressed, and also with respect to some issues with the property, but he sold his property. So neither one of the people that they worked with that was tied into the city are involved in the properties.
Okay, so it would specifically have to be the city. Okay, within the city. Okay. So if you were to have someone that came to the table that you did deal with that you would let the law department here know, and then you would recuse yourself from that specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Resolution 23-169, resolution consenting to the appointment of Sean Sutler as Director for the Department of Water and Sewer for the City of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Unfortunately, Mr. Semple is not here. He had to take some personal time out to deal with a family health issue, so he's not here. Nonetheless, Trenton Waterworks is a very important department. It's separate from the city budget. Nonetheless, they're in charge of the lead service line replacements. We've done 10,000. We're about to do 10,000 more. We've always had personnel filling issues. We hired probably over 100 people over the last 4 years. So that and 90% of them are Trentonians. So we're proud of that record. One of the big issues that are coming down the pike is replacement of the reservoir. It's obsolete, it's exposed to the public, to the elements, and we're in the process of erecting storage tanks as an alternate and putting it throughout the service municipalities. We have 5 of them, including Trenton, so that would be better storage for our water. We've consistently made system upgrades to deal with water quality issues. We are working with DEP to issues, but Trenton Water Department, we feel that Sean Semple make an excellent director. He worked for the water department for 30 years, knows the culture, knows what needs to be done, what needs to be improved. We're working also on improvements to the water filtration plant, which is on Route 29, and making sure that the water department remains in Trenton's hands now and in the future. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry. Today is the superintendent of our water filtration plant, and answer any questions that relate to Mr. Semple's qualifications, as well as any operations in the Trenton Water Works.
Madam President? Mayor, why now is he fit to be the director? We've gone through Shea, we've gone through Lavenberg. Why now Sean, if he's been there for 30 years and has done such a great job?
Well, because we brought people from the outside, and we think that it's important to elevate from within. We're proud of the fact that Tay and her team have worked their way up to the management of the filtration plant. We're probably the most unique water utility in the country. We have 3 women that are running the water utility, so to speak. Sean is an engineer by profession, and we think he's uniquely qualified. He's been an acting director before, so we think he's a great fit for the right time. I think that we all know what needs to be done. We're also working with a consultant, Steve Pico, who has been an acting director of the water department before, and is uniquely qualified to be liaison with the DEP as a former commissioner, assistant commissioner. So he's working with Mr. Semple. We also have a DEP monitor, so to speak. That's an engineer from Mont McDonald. So it's important that somebody in Trenton Water Works is aware of what needs to be done to work with our consultants and make sure that the job gets done.
With all respect, council wants to answer the go ahead, but I would like to defer this until we can get Mr. Simple here as well, so we can get the questions, and if he's available on Thursday, we'll make room for him to come in and ask a couple of questions.
That's a completely rational position to take. And I understand, it's just, Mr. Semple is dealing with family health issues, and I think we want him to take care of his family.
Absolutely.
So he paid more for a while.
And you don't want to take, Peter, you got to ask her question.
He won't be back until next week, so he won't be able to attend the meeting on Thursday.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Mr. Garcia?
Sir. Resolution 170, resolution consenting to appointment of Maria Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Sorry about that. Resolution 170, resolution consenting to appointment of Maria Richardson as Director for the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture for the City of Trenton. Madam President, there's also another resolution for Maria Richardson, resolution consenting to appointment of Ms. Richardson as Director for the Department of, Health and Human Services, for the City of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, Madam Chair. Recreation is also an extremely important department, especially if you want to deal with the public safety issue as alternatives, to make sure that our community is engaged, and that particularly for young persons, that there are alternatives out there and make sure that we have a lot of outlets for their development. The health department actually oversees the animal shelter, and we're really excited that Maria is spearheading a new shelter, which we're really excited about, and she'll be able to talk about those plans. Maria was actually took the initiative on a lot of the COVID response challenges, and one of them that was working on the vaccine clinics that were very successful to the point that we had number 2 in vaccine compliance in the state for urban areas. Street teams are also partially under the health department, and Marie is also spearheading a mental health initiative for the city. In recreation, Maria has done a yeoman's effort. Take a look at our parks. We have over 60 parks in the city, and she's worked on virtually all of them, whether it's refurbishing the basketball courts, making sure that trees are replenished and replaced, that the parks are being maintained, and that she also is involved with a summer employment program where we're hiring over 250 teens. She started that last year. We're going to continue this year. Oftentimes, this is the first opportunity for employment for many young persons. Marie's smart and energetic, and an attorney by profession. So I think she's uniquely qualified not only to continue as permanent director of recreation, but to be the acting director of the Department of Health while we continue our search for a permanent director. Maria Burgess.
Good evening, Council President, Council Vice President, and members of the Council. Thank you so much, Mayor Reed Gosiora, for providing me a new opportunity to serve in your cabinet. And thank you so much, Council members, for considering me for that position. If I were to speak about my biggest accomplishment in the Department of Recreation, I would say that it's the department itself. When I started 4 years ago, I need to clarify that I did not want to take the position. So when they interviewed me, I think 4 times until I actually said yes. But there was no department of recreation. The department was eliminated 10 years before, and that's probably one of the reasons why we have so many problems in the present, because previous mayors did not understand the importance of recreation to promote a healthy community and healthy youth. So I started with the department, in recreation, with 2 employees, including myself, and a budget of $300,000. For the last 4 years, we were able to create a healthy department of recreation that employs a little bit over 50 individuals. But one of the biggest accomplishments, I obtained a little bit over $15 million in grant funding, not just for some of the employees in my department, but also for renovations of almost every park. We renovated all the playground facilities throughout the city. We renovated so far 8 basketball courts. We continue to do the renovations. We completed the renovation of the award-winning Hetzel pool, and completed the renovation of North Clinton Community Center. That is a center that was closed for 10 years. We finally brought it to completion. We are in the middle of the renovation of the Westward Recreation Center. Hopefully, all of you will be attending the reopening of that center that I hope we'll be able to name after Chubby Blackwell. And Other things that we have been able to do in recreation that probably are not as tangible and visible as those things that I mentioned, but for 10 years the city operated without a certification for urban tree management, which put the city under an incredible liability, because if an accident happened, then the city will have to assume the liability. Within my first 3 months in the job, I was able to complete the 5 years urban forestry management plan and obtain the certification from the state, which allowed basically the state to assume the responsibility for any accident with trees and that sort of things. Other accomplishments from my department, and I will explain a little bit what my department actually does. We completed the Jackson Street Bridge renovation, we completed the Montgomery Plaza renovation, and are in the process of initiating the Martin Luther King Jr. playground, spray ground. We are hoping that that facility will become an aquatic center like Headstone pool as well. I will explain a little bit what the Department of Recreation really does. We have 3 divisions. One is in charge of trees. We have the Division of Recreation and Culture. The Division of Culture deals basically with all the historic facilities in the city, the maintenance, and we are lucky to have some great organizations taking the day-to-day management of some of our facilities, like the Mill Hill Playhouse or Trent House or Ellerslie Museum, but the city is responsible for the maintenance of those facilities. Other things that the Department of Recreation does, we manage the community development block grant. We also manage ESG grants and home initiatives. Those programs are basically responsible for some health-related initiatives. We actually work for the ESG grant with other organizations like Rescue Mission, Women's Space, and other organizations. We provide funding for them and the shelters. And also provide funding, CDG provides funding for roads renovation and that sort of things. We also do the urgent rehabilitation program, and we provide assistance for first home buyers. My focus for the next 6 months are to complete the renovation of the Woods, as I mentioned before, complete the courts that have been pending, and also complete the renovation of the Reading Center. You might be aware that renovation came to a halt due to the lack of action from the previous council, and that led to the place being vandalized, and now we have to go for it again to continue the renovation process. For the Department of Health, I have been the acting director for 90 days, and I am really proud to inform you that at the beginning of January, I applied for the $3 billion grant to provide, to be able to acquire new vehicles for the seniors, and to continue the renovations of the different senior facilities. And I obtained $3 million in grant. We were also able to identify a new facility to work on the new animal shelter. As you are aware, we have a serious crisis right now in our shelter. If you were there 90 days ago, I am pretty sure that I met with 3 of you there, and you will there today, you will see the difference. We were able, thank you to our administration, we were able to hire 5 additional employees for the shelter, and the conditions are incredibly different than 90 days ago. We already hired the services of an architecture firm to work with the conceptual plan for the center, for the animal shelter, the new animal shelter, and hopefully I will be before you within the next 60 days presenting those conceptual plans and going out to bid for construction. What else? I mean, you have in the docket today several projects that we will be undertaking pretty soon. And one of the things that keep me really excited is so many constructions hopefully this year at the Taylor area, Antico Square, Star Valley. We are hoping to see pretty soon a skateboarding park, a new soccer facility, and and I know that this is going to make Councilman Harrison very happy. We obtained about $200,000 from the Munch Foundation and the Soccer Foundation to install a new futsal court in Unity Park. Challenges? Oof. I hope I won't have any with this new council, but you know the challenges that we had in the past. My challenges are basically focusing on which projects I need to prioritize. We have way too many projects, and it is because nothing was done from 2010 until 2018. And so our facilities and our recreation parks were in such a disarray that I felt like I had to jump into so many different directions to be at the place that we are today. And that would be it.
Thank you, that's a mouthful and some questions.
Director Richardson, thank you for all you do. You were always, available. You always are responsive. I see you out there doing a million different things. Thank you for the renovation of the basketball park over there, off of Lamson Street. Thank you for the basketball courts that you're installing in the parks in the city of Trenton. I mean, just everything. Just thank you. I think you're 10,000 women all at once. So just really thank you for that. I have just one quick question. With regards to the culture aspect, historic facilities, does Skelton Library fall in that category? And is there a plan for Skelton Library?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I started to work today with our consultant for CDBG, just so that you know a little bit of the history of CDBG. Traditionally, CDBG has been used in our city to fund a lot of different small projects, small nonprofits throughout the city. Well, during the last few years, HUD has mandated us basically to work on larger projects and to take care of the city infrastructure. So, starting last year, we started to use a greater portion of the CDBG grant to renovate our own facilities. So today we started to work with the consultants for the new action plan for this year, and you will see the results of that plan probably in the July 6th council meeting. But one of the projects that we are including is the library. We do not have many recreation facilities in the south. We don't have a recreation center in the south. And for a while, we have been talking with the mayor and the chief of staff and the business administrator in identifying facilities in the south that we could bring up to code. And so that is one of those facilities. So usually those projects take a little while, but I hope that the funding are going to be in place at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of 2024. Because once we put the plan together for HUD, it takes about 6 months before they approve it. And they usually approve the funding because we are an entitlement city. And so most likely the funding will be in place at the beginning of next year for that project.
So, just so I'm clear, it's going to remain a library, but also be multifaceted?
It will be mostly a community center, and then we will include a library services.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Gonzalez?
First of all, thank you. Just recognize that you all the time, you make everything look so effortless. How you do it, so thank you. But quick question, because I asked it before, and I know you weren't present at that meeting, and I wanted to know, I see you have a lot of grant money. Can we use some of the funding to exterminate some of our senior buildings? Anywhere that grant money, because there's a lot of bed bugs in most of these buildings, and that's a different thing. Is there any type of funding that we use to help keep those problems or those issues inside?
I am pretty sure that the Department of Health has some sort of grant that we can use for that. But we also have an operating budget, right, that we could probably use for those things. On the recreation side, most of my grants are for infrastructure, not for that type of services, and that is the case also for CDBG. CDBG basically, and I'm going to put it as Farah, who used to be the manager of CDBG before, Farah G, she said, CDBG money will cover everything that will not fall if you put a building upside down. And so I'm pretty sure that that is not a qualified expenditure, but I'm sure that we can identify some funding in the Department of Health for that purpose. Council President.
Councilwoman Williams?
I just want to say thank you very much for everything you do. You do it with great prompt, you do it with great positivity, and you get an astronomical number of things done in the city that we sorely needed for a long time.
Thank you.
Council President? And so, let me get to my question in a second. So, that's okay. I know you have some improvements in line for MLK Boulevard and other parts of Northwood, and we're very grateful for that. But two things I do want to ask you real quick. As far as with your role with Health and Human Services, and I know this may not fully be your valid, but what discussions could be had regarding the cannabis tax revenue portion being used for mental health and addiction services in our city?
Well, actually, I am not sure what percentage of that revenue would be used for mental health services. However, we do have money from the opioid settlement that we will be using for mental services. The city will not be hiring staff for mental health services because that is a huge liability for the city. And you mentioned earlier, you were asking what actions can we take to reduce the liability of the city. That is one that I will be taking while I am acting or permanent in the Department of Health. Is we will be contracting for help for mental services. The city, that would be a huge liability for the city to employ, to have staff to offer mental health services. I cannot forget my attorney background when I make decisions, although I don't work for the city as an attorney. I need to use my engineering background to make those decisions. And I just want to speak a little bit, give you a little bit of detail where the mayor mentioned that I work with the city's response to COVID. During COVID, what we did was to work as an emergency management team. And as part of that, that was the way that we were going to respond to the emergency. And so for that emergency, I became the chief planner. And so I was very involved with whatever decisions the city made as a response to COVID. And I have to say that we were very successful, particularly in the laying out the vaccine efforts and the testing efforts for the Department of Health and, on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Madam President? I tried to do that. So, I mean, first, commending you on, which is very decorated salary. You don't have enough space here for all of your educational credentials that we need to hold on. Okay. So, hat, recreation and blah, blah, blah. I just want to bring a couple of things to your attention. Mama and Faircrest Park in Lower Section has not been touched at all. And I just want to shed a lot of light on that. I'm needless to say, it needs attention. I also want to recommend looking at the park area with converting one of those tennis court areas to a basketball court area. The tennis courts over there are severely underutilized, and a lot of the residents over there drag their basketball courts to the vicinity of the park and play in the streets, and it's not safe. So I think they could highly benefit from basketball courts. My last point under that act, dog parks. I would love to see dog parks all around the city, particularly starting in Cadillac Park on the Platonia side where the monkey house and deer enclosure used to be at, like a small dog park and a large dog park. And maybe even the animal shelter can set up some type of something where they can bring their dogs to run around and get some freedom. But I would love to see dog parks and a dog owner myself. I'm sure having with own dogs in the city, not even on pay. So I definitely want to recommend dog parks and even start the conversation if that's something the city is leaning toward, just focusing on better quality of life, better amenities, better recreational opportunities.
Absolutely. Regarding dog parks, we have been talking about that for a while, and even as we were trying to identify a facility for the new shelter, we wanted to do a new shelter and adjacent to build a dog park. Unfortunately, we were not able to find the right space to accomplish that. But we continue to think about dog parks. I don't want to burst the bubble about Kawalura Park, right? But we will not be able to have a dog park in Kawalura Park. Kawalura Park is it's a historic park, and we will have to go through so many hoops to do anything in Kawalura Park that will not look like the master, what the master plan says Kawalura Park should be, right? That is a national registered park, and it would be crazy. Right now, I am trying to get rid of a structure that we clean up an area, and now we see this ugly structure there, right? And I'm like, okay, let's get rid of it. And everybody joked, you can't touch it.
The monkey house and next to it.
We can't do anything about it. So when we get about $5 million to preserve that area, we will do that. But we can't touch almost nothing in our other park, unfortunately. Or fortunately.
So, but we continue to look around and see, because we know that there is a need for dog parks and that sort of things, right? And you mentioned something else, the parking for tourists. We started to talk about, to a person, I'm not going to mention the name of the person, and another organization about 2-3 years ago, because that person was interested in sponsoring the renovations of that park. Unfortunately, the amount of money that that person was able to provide really it wasn't enough to do the required job that needs to take place there. So I'm not going to say that we wasted the time, because we didn't, but we didn't include that park in those that we were renovating with state or federal grants, because we have a private funding. That only took us to the initial planning, the surveying of the facilities, and that sort of things. Hopefully, we will get some developers that will come to that area and will consider working on that park, because the position of that park is very, I'm going to say dangerous. You don't see anything. Once you are in that park, you cannot see what's happening there. So the idea was to invest just to make it a little bit safer, but work to see if we could work the whole area with some redevelopment. But working on the park only there, it's not going to be sufficient to make it safe.
I agree. Lastly, to your point about the historical side of those on the old London House and whatever those buildings are very dilapidated, have dead animals all through them. I know that I'm nosy and I walk through that park all the time, and I take my daughter there.
Don't.
I teach them about the history, have pictures of cadavers and skeletons and stuff. So, like, the buildings are unsecured, and the roofs are filled with holes. They're collapsing. So, since people want to hold on to everything in the city and not do anything with it, is there a plan to at least stabilize the building, get them back into some type of calm condition where things continue to up?
Yes, there is. We are actually working with the Power Park Alliance.
I'm so tired of us having all these historical areas that just sit there and stagnant and no one knows what they are. Like, can we develop some type of tourism plan that we can maybe even monetize to go visit these historical areas?
Yes, we are. As we speak, we are, well, probably 20 years ago, the city hired consultants and worked with many different cultural and art-related organizations and developed a heritage and tourism plan. Unfortunately, the whole department disappeared, many of those organizations disappeared, and to be honest with you, when I started 4 years ago, I decided to work on the things that needed the most attention, and those were parks and recreation. Just in case you don't know, about 2 years ago, the city, we received a grant from DEP and paid for a partial inventory of trees and to develop a tree risk assessment. We have about 3,300 trees throughout the city that are dead, and they pose an imminent danger to the residents. So with one crew, Shade Tree has one crew, one bucket truck, one chipper, and so we need to basically focus on removing those trees. Even if the tree is dead, right, we pay about $12,000 every time that we need to hire a tree contractor to remove a tree. So we need to try to do that in-house as much as possible, right? So that became one of my priorities, was to work with the shade tree and the parks problems. So it was just last year that we even started to put some money in the budget for cultural related aspects, because I believe in sustainability. I needed to grow the department in a way that it was going to be sustainable, that we were going to continue to grow, but that it would not become impossible for the city to absorb the expenses of the departments. So last year is when we started to add operating budgets, cultural related, right? So this year we started to work with a consultant to update the heritage and tourism plan for the city. You will have an opportunity to revise it and make comments on it, but we are working on it.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Madam President.
Madam President.
Thank you. So, Director Richardson, again, thank you. My sentiments that my colleagues have expressed, I feel the same way. Great job. To your point, so I have it here. I had actually put together something that I had wanted to present to my colleagues about a cultural and heritage advisory board because of all of the rich backgrounds that we have here in the city, right? So this thing already, the team looked over, we're ready to go. And then last night I looked at the E-Code 360 and found that we actually have a cultural resources council. To your point about the heritage, the tourism, to Councilwoman Edwards' part about the historical piece, and then the part about the heritage and recognizing our different groups here and things like that. Is there something that we would look to bring back to the forefront, to have that council?
The council has not been active probably since the inception. The last time that we had a council was before the year 2000.
So then I guess I'll just. Okay, all right. So then to that point, because I think it's important to recognize the different cultures that are here, the concerns that the people have, right? And I think that we can actually do a lot of good in helping each other out with something like that. To that end also, just your views on, I know previously it was brought forward for a senior citizen advisory council. What are your thoughts about that resurfacing, to the forefront? I know that, it would require some doing or dealing with the director or things like that, right? Like we don't need 50 million boards, which I agree. But our seniors are important in our city, and they do have valid concerns that I think that that senior citizen council or advisory council will be something that will be worth exploring. I just want to know your thoughts about that.
That is a great idea. I like being transparent and calling things as they are. I love advisory boards and councils that actually work, right? The last thing that we need, and not just my department, anybody, you as the council, the last thing that you need is one more entity that it would be just there, right? That you have members. I would love to explore that idea and see how we can make it vibrant and useful rather than just another group with no purpose. But I would welcome that.
Thank you. So I'll be looking at that as well, and then tweaking it and sending it to my colleagues and stuff, so that we can check it out and see if something can move forward on together. And to the point about the cultural and heritage piece, we have so many different organizations like the Puerto Rican Parade Committee,
look at you guys, but.
Hopefully an association and friends, something.
You know, they're moving in leaps and bounds throughout the city, doing some great things, right? As well as other organizations, you know what I mean? That would be cool to have representation on the advisory board for the heritage and stuff to move and then utilizing the different buildings and see what's going on. You know what I mean? And then we can answer a lot of issues for those that are soccer and, you know what I mean? Areas and just everybody together to have their voices heard. But again, to your point, that we would have working boards or councils that are working together. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Hannah. Councilman Harrison.
Maria, you brought up Unity Square Park. I just want to let you know, Jose, he's got 3 new teams. He's got the Cobras, the Owls, and the Turtles. So this kid's now got about 300 plus kids in that park. So hopefully here, we're moving forward because those kids love playing soccer, and that kid Jose is phenomenal with those kids. So anything we can do to move them, you said, soccer forward would be a blessing.
Absolutely. Those plans there are moving. We already hired a company to start the surveying, so we know how the plans are going to look like. Because as you know, there is nobody playing baseball without park any longer. And so we have one person who is running a league out there, and he has over 300 children. And so the league has been magnificent for the last 2 or 3 years that he has been running that the soccer program there. And so we are looking into ways of supporting them and making the facility an appropriate facility.
Right, and everything he does there, he always makes sure the park's cleaned up and taken care of. So Jose's a blessing to the children and to the city.
Yes, it is. It is.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
What do you call, Council President?
Proceed.
Resolution 23-171, resolution consenting to the appointment of Wahab Terry as Director for the Department of Public Works for the City of Trenton.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Wally Terry has been at the helm of our Public Works Department. There was no snow this year, but ordinarily he was in charge of clearing the roads, potholes, paving, and sanitation, garbage, all of those things. The great thing about Wally is that he's so responsive, especially when reports of illegal dumping. They are cleared almost immediately, and very responsive to neighborhood concerns about clearing alleys and the like. So Wally has done an excellent job over the last 4 years. Given more resources, we'll be able to do more paving. He has exciting plans for continuing the paving operations that hopefully council will give the green light to. But I think that today we did a 4-way stop sign on 80 Whitaker. The Latino merchants had asked, were very concerned about accidents there. Wally jumped to make sure that those issues were addressed. I present to you Wally Terry, our excellent director of Public Works.
Good evening, Council President. Council, and thank you for being here for about 4 years. I have been working for the city of Trenton for 30 years. I have been in the health department. I was a social caseworker in the city. And from there, I went into public works for 27 years. And I'm glad that Mayor decided to choose me when he decided to put me there as Director of Public Works. Because there was a lot that was done in the last 4 years. And I believe we could have done more if we had had the support that you right there are giving us now. I will tell you 4 things that we did in public work when I came in. We have a lot of city-owned properties that are just out there, overgrown weeds, the neighbors are complaining, and we try our best now when maintaining them on a regular basis so that we don't have as much complaint as we used to have. It's a big deal because the residents are important and they are neighbors to some of these properties. So we try to do that. That's there. And also in sanitation, we have aggressively go after people who are violating the sanitation regulations and the people who are dumping in our alleyways. We are really going after them and really getting to them. And the third one is the city have saved millions of dollars in road constructions. Because of the mayor's help in getting us some money to do roads, we have really accomplished a lot and we are going to do more. Like, we're going to start our road construction next month. We intend to do 76 roads and more once we have enough money to continue to do what we're doing. And doing that, it really helps the roads in the city because we have a lot of old roads with potholes. And the best way to do this is to really resurface the roads, and we are doing that, and we will continue to do that. And the last thing we try to do is, before I came in and Mayor came in, the city paid $85,000 in the parking around the city. Now we've installed kiosks all over the city, and we've made $558,000. And we intend to increase it to $1 million or more, because we believe we can make money in the city. When I go out to Princeton or anywhere, I see how they make money off parking. So we can do the same thing, and that's what we intend to do. We're doing that. In the public works, we have a lot of people working for us. Yes, sanitation is where I'm working well with sanitation so that we can be very, very responsive. One of my pet peeves with the guys is when we get complaints from residents, I want things done within 24 hours. When we can't do it, we need to call the residents, explain to them why we can do it. So we can always get to it, at least get to talk to them, let them know what is going on. We didn't forget you, we're working on it. That's our goal. And in the next 6 months, some of the projects we have, laid out is we want to tackle Western Streets Road project, Greenwood Avenue, Chestnut, and we're going to finish up on Trenton Avenue, phase 3 this year, because we have to break that into phases. So we're finishing up the last phase right now to finish. So I'm not going to bore you again with what we do in public works. It's a lot, but I'm just going to
Thank you, Director. Questions? Councilwoman Gonzalez.
And it's not really a question, it's just, thank you for what you're doing. But I said you have a 24-hour response. Are you, what is your evaluation? How are you evaluating that? Because my experience is we had 24-hour responses with your department.
What I'm trying to do, yes, you're right. I mean, we sometimes things still go down the hole that we miss things. But whenever it gets to me, I personally push onto it. I go out in the field to make sure these things are done. Like I said, whatever we can do, we try to reach out to let them know that this is not possible and we'll get to it. So that's what we do. But some of those things, like you said, you're right. It's possible that we miss. We miss some of them, but a lot of them that come to my office and are aware of, I try my best to be involved in and we get it done as soon as possible.
Not to bash or anything, but I just want to see, is it layers getting to you? Because I know a person who has been reaching out directly to the department and also you and myself. And I haven't received a response. They haven't received a response. It's been over a month.
I will make sure that's that.
Any other questions?
Ms. Director Secretary, I just want to say, I've had a really great experience with, getting things done in the South Ward and your responsiveness and things have been getting done, very quickly. So I just want to thank you for that. I'm flooding with, stop sign requests and alleyways and, you know, debris pickup and the like. And I mean, I can say from my experience, personal experience, it has been, you have been doing a great job, so thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Williams.
Sir, I just want to echo, we're very happy with your response in the North Ward. We have a lot of problems, as you know. And that's why I try to keep up with emails, but it sounds like I'm falling behind Councilwoman Figueroa. But I do have a couple specific questions. Dumping litter, and I know you're aware that's something that this council takes very seriously and is very interested in correcting. So when it comes to those issues, we've increased the littering ban. Now we're trying to work on trying to handle dumping. What methods do you recommend, whether it's additional cameras in particular zones of dumping? What's more the city council can do to help make your jobs easier, but also make a market improvement in these two areas?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's very painful. The people come, so to be honest with you, most of our illegal dumping are not even city residents. We have people that come out of the city to dump. And we're working with the law to have the courts to be fined with the Councilman Harrison to increase the fine we're getting and to enforce. Because we have an habitual offenders that keep coming up, and the fines they're giving them is not even worth it. And they just don't pay because the cost for us to clean an alleyway for the city is a lot. So the fine they're getting is nothing. So they would rather pay the fine than clean up their mess. So we go after them, and we have cameras with the police. They have cameras in the alleyways that we see some. We don't have all alleyways. But that's one thing that we like to do, to have cameras all over the alleyways. That will help us a lot.
How many more cameras do you need?
I don't have a number to tell you exactly what I need, but at least right now we have more than 100 cameras that I'm aware of, that we know that we use for illegal dumpings.
And we also have broken parking meters for the kiosks in different places. How difficult is it going to be to repair them, and what's the method to let your office know about that?
Yeah, those broken ones will be going through traffic and transportation, and there's an alarm on those kiosks that we're supposed to go straight up to the computer in the office. So I'm going to check on that to make sure that that's the function.
Thank you, Vice President. That was the question.
I know.
We need to move on to, we've got a lot more, we still haven't gotten to executive session. We will go on to Councilwoman Edwards, please.
I just wanted to make a comment about the department being more preventative versus reactionary. Like, a lot of the things, I can pinpoint some of the things that we can get ahead of to try to prevent, like getting recycling bins and trash cans out to people. The department, I would like to recommend, as you guys are doing the route to identify residents or residential areas that need these cans, because a big part of our blanket community is littering. Not only people with young, but littering is a big issue. I definitely want to bring to your attention the fact that a lot of employees that work on garbage trucks and things, when you're picking up the trash, it's falling all over the ground. No one picks it up. I see the dust and broom hanging on the side of the truck. No one bothers to grab it. No one bothers to pick things up. Also, when you're returning, or I use that term loosely, they don't return the cans back to the curb where they got it from. They literally, I've seen this guy in Bennington Avenue by the restaurant throw, and the trash can flipped a few times. I rolled my window down because I knew him. And said to him, stop throwing trash can. And he goes, okay, Councilwoman. And you know, so where's the oversight with that? With making sure that the employees have respect for people's personal properties, to make sure the cans are not being destroyed, and also a program or some type of outreach statewide to get everyone who does not have a trash can recycling in one. Because expecting them to call the number is not working.
Okay, thank you so much. Earlier, Director Wesley really said something about people taking pride in get a job. I have a lot of that. If you do a public works, especially sanitation, over there I have 78 people working there. I have that issue. Even my garbage can in my house, I was home and I saw them throw my garbage can, on the street, and I had to come out and say, what are you doing? And then he jumped to try to correct it. I said, no, I saw you. So that means if you do to me, you will do to everybody else. So that I'm working with the supervisors and the inspectors. The broom, the purpose of the broom they have on the trucks and the shovel is whenever they pick up the bag that got torn, they need to clear it up. But you're right, we have our guys, because of the incentives that the city gives them, that when they finish, they go home. So that kind of drive them that they're in a hurry to go. And I've talked to their supervisors. Whenever you see somebody do that, I don't care when they come back, send them back to the yard. Wish they don't like that. And I'm working on that seriously to get that done. On the other question about the residents, we have inspectors going out there on a daily basis to deal with that. Yes, we have problems with some residents that right now, one of my inspectors, and the newly hired superintendent, I'm glad he speaks Spanish. So he's able to go into neighborhoods where they will tell you, I don't speak English. They told me that too. I have to use my phone because my phone can translate. They say, yeah, we speak today, and then we start communicating to each other. So we're trying to educate even residents. We have flyers that we send. Imagine during the holidays, we have to deal with that. We do have holidays, we have flyers, roll call out there, but still, people put trash out there on holidays, and we don't want that. So we try to make the city a better place and clean.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Madam President?
Madam Vice President?
Thank you. Mr. Amateri, so, one, thank you for everything that you and your department does, right? Would it help, I was riding down the State Street today to Councilwoman Evans' comment, and I was looking and I noticed that I saw some trash cans like near bus stops, right? So I was like, oh, okay, so maybe there's a method to this, right? And I was looking, so I looked at one bus stop, I was like, okay, this garbage can over there, and I saw another bus stop, there was a garbage can over there. Would it help you all that if, as we're riding around, if we identify areas where maybe the trash can could be placed, would you mind if we do like a citywide initiative with council to help out, just to let you know, hey, could you consider, or here's a good area, or something like that, would that help?
That would be, because like I always say, in public works, I need all eyes.
Right.
Because we can see everything. And that's why I appreciate all of you, because you send us requests. And when I send those requests, I jump on it, because that's one place for us to worry about in the long run. Because everybody see the reporting we do is out of the way. And that's a good one. I would love to do that.
Okay. And then the second part is with the illegal dumping piece. So Councilwoman Williams and I were sitting in, I heard you mention Councilman Harrison. So I didn't know, right? So just so you know. But we were talking about the little ordinance that she put up. I asked about the illegal dumping with Shia and Mr. Garcia. And I had said that we need to be a little harsher and harder with this, right? Maybe raising it to like 1,500 first time offender. We rack it up to 2,500 second time, repeat offender 5,000 third time with 30 days in jail. So we're looking aggressively at this. So we hear you. I love the part about the cameras. So you know what I mean, more having all eyes on so we can see. And I think that goes into that part about we mean business, right? We're taking pride in our city. We're taking our city back. So just so Councilman Harrison, you know, there's been discussions and stuff, so we can all fill in the gaps together to come up with something that actually makes sense. But to you, we're working and thinking about ways to help to make things better and to hopefully eliminate some of this from happening.
That's good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council President.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes, Director, you said there was 70, did you say 76 roads? with something?
Yes, we intend to do this.
Okay, well, how soon will we be able to get that list?
I'm sorry,
How soon will we be able to get that list of what the?
I will get this to you by next week.
Next week. Okay. Also, I don't know if you know in Ewing, I was going to show you. Ewing, they have kind of like you go to ShopRite. You have a little barcode, and you go there, you scan it, you're able to dump once a month. So you'll be able to go on Calhoun Street, the dumpsters in the back, with this one for TV, separate mattress, this whatever else. You use a little barcode, they can scan it. When they scan it, say, okay, you're ready to get here this month, you can't come again. But it would help the community to realize, especially on Saturday, that we can alleviate a lot of this stuff in the community. If we can get the people to do their part, to join in to help do that. Because the Ewing's doing it, and when I seen it, as a friend of mine was in Ewing, I'm like, wow, that's a pretty smart idea.
It is a good thing. We're trying to do the same thing here for the past 3 years. That was the intention on Calhoun Street. We have a big yard, and we want to do just that. But unfortunately, we are handicapped with finances for the past 3 years. But now, with you, council here, I believe we can do that. We intend, we already have a plan for the Calhoun office to do that. Exactly what you said. Residents can drive in, drop what they have to drop off, and go out. So that's our goal. We will be doing that.
Because Calhoun Street, there's yellow recycle bins and we get the mattress bags there. So you're right, we can actually utilize it even more. So that would be another option for the community. So it's lessening the workload for our city employees who actually have people doing their part. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Resolution 23-172, resolution consenting to appointment Kenneth Douglas as Director for Fire and Emergency Services, Department for the City of Trenton.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Trenton Fire Department is actually the second oldest fire department in the United States. And, I'd encourage you to go to the fire headquarters, the fire museum, if you haven't seen it. It's maintained by our fire department. At the helm has been Kenneth Douglas, firefighter himself from Newark, and went off to East Orange, and we were lucky to get him here. His creativity is one of his major points, and if you were able to see his summer camp that he developed, taking kids up to the memorial in New York, the 9/11 memorial, but engaging emergency management summer camp has been extraordinary to be seen. He also goes out of his way to make sure that there's Christmas toy drives, food drives, and the like. So he's always thinking outside the box. A couple of the resolutions that you have before him is to bring in new fire rigs and also to make sure that we have the proper breathing apparatus for the firefighters in the city. So I'd like to present the extraordinary Kenneth Douglas as our firefighter.
To comment, thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the mayor personally for considering me as his fire director during his first term. He could have chose anyone in the state of New Jersey, but he chose me, and I appreciate that. He trusted me to actually be the head of his fire department, in addition to also putting me up for confirmation for this council for his second term. Good evening, Council President, Council Vice President, Council members. Thank you for having me today. First and foremost, I'd like to give a background on myself so you know a little bit more about me. Yes, I do know from the city of Newark, born and raised and educated. Then the city of Newark actually was hired as a firefighter. I also was a detective that did arson investigations also. I worked directly with the police, Essex County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Criminal Justice in the state of New Jersey. From the city of Newark, when I retired, I was fortunate to become the director of the city of Orange Township Fire Department under Mayor Dwayne Martin. I learned a lot being a director. I was director for almost 7 years. created a lot of initiatives, reduction, increasing manpower. Actually, I was lucky enough to vote the first fire captain that was a female in the city of Orange Township, which is one of the few in the state of New Jersey. Also there was, I also was a deputy OEM coordinator for the Office of Emergency Management for the city of Orange Township. I did leave that job to pursue and give an opportunity by Naples, York, to be the director of the state's Captain Fire Department of Emergency Services. This is probably one of the best moves that I made. I'm honored to be in the state's capital, always held the state's capital in regard because of the mantle that it holds. And I feel the fact that me and my skill set and what I've learned from a big city like the city of York and being part of that department, I have a lot to bring to this department as it relates to getting the state's capital department where it should be, and being the premier fire department in the state of New Jersey. In addition to that, my education proceeds from having a associate's degree in public health, associate's degree in criminal justice, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, another bachelor's degree in nonprofit and public administration, and a master's in public administration also. Which I'm proud to say I'm alumni of the city of Rutgers University, the city of York. I don't know how many people are alumni here, but that's great who you are. I think Les Bridges is an alumni of Rutgers. There you go. Furthermore, one of the things in the fire department that I pride myself on is bringing members together. Coming to the state's Captain Fire Department, and like other fire departments, they don't look at this as an aspect of the department. I'm out of the fire department and get people to buy into my vision as it's really more about the deliverables opposed to put wet stuff on that stuff. I look at my fire department, and I express this to my staff, I look at it as a small version of even me as cabinet. Prime example, the business administrator is the director of the department, so we manage the money and the personnel. And community, as far as recreation, we have actually started a community relations division that was never existing in the fire department. It's similar to Director Richardson with her recreation department that she does. We do a lot of communities to make sure we get the message of fire safety out in the community. As it relates to housing, of course, we have a lot of blight in the city. Our department is responsible for identifying that for the sake of reduction of fires around the city of Trenton. Health department, through training, the entire department went through training, not just for being an autism center, but the entire department is trained as autism training, be an autism center for the city of Trenton, but also we all went through opioid training for the crisis that we face, that the health department also face in the city. The water department definitely had a stake in that because of course we use the water, but of course we don't want the hydrants to be broken in the midst of that fight fire. We just recently had a meeting with Trenton Water Works. They have some sensors that's going to the hydrant that's going to detect leaks in the system. So we actually have access to that database. So whenever that happens, or if it's a down hydrant, we can get information on that right away. Public Works, believe it or not, the fire department is the public works for the community. Some small things happen between gas stations, little things that happen in people's homes. They can't call a plumber right away, they can't call public service right away. Or something is maybe a dangerous condition, electrical, so forth and so on. Similar to direct monitoring, the fire department has to respond to all these things. And public safety, just like Director Wilson, I'm the other 2 or 3 part of public safety, being the manager of not just the fire department, but emergency management, or OEM, and TIMS, which is emergency management services, medical service for the fire department. We had many successes in the department this year. I will just tap on some of them, not to drag you out. But one of the things that we have done, we did hire the largest class in the city of Trenton Fire Department last year, 24 personnel. In addition, we had much success in reduction of overtime. When I came here my first year, 2021, at the end of that year, overtime was at $6.4 million. By the end of 2022, we dropped it to $5 million, and right now we're on track to be at $4 million at the end of this year. So it's one of the things that the business administrator impressed upon me. I came up with a strategic plan with my staff, get people back to work to see where the errors at, Some things actually initially by code protocol we lifted, but we did some audits in the department and found some errors. We corrected those, and that's what we had success so far. We are trying to get the Inspection Bureau back. I think it's probably over 10 years that the fire department doesn't do their own fire inspections in the city of Trenton. This is a revenue source for the city of Trenton, for the fire department, of course, that can help some of the restraints that we have in the budget to help buy equipment and actually do initiatives in the community. We are in the process of that. We have a database already in the process. We have been talking to the director of the CA and getting that back, and you probably see in matter of months. So what is related to the updated code when it comes down to the fire code, in addition to personnel, trying to get them into. Last year, we also were awarded about $300,000 worth of grants, including the FEMA ERP grant for source capturing device for the exhaust that comes out of fire trucks, a DCA grant related $33,000 replacement of the airfield station for the air tanks that firefighters were in the building. Mercer County Prosecutor's Office actually donated $30,000 to the Public Safety Academy in partnership with the police director, Leary Foundation. One of the things that the department was lacking is our first officer supervisor training. It's one thing to be an officer promoted, it's one thing to know your job. So it's something that the department was not getting. That's an error in any fire department. But you want to make sure they're educated on the duties and responsibilities as an officer takes responsibility. That officer is actually responsible for the lives of those firefighters that he manages them. If he does make a wrong move, he's affecting a whole bunch of lives, not just the ones in the building, but their families also. In Capital Health, he actually donated $20,800 in sponsorship of 9 cadets for the new Junior Public Safety Academy. Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, he's giving $30,000, and he's giving $30,000 for the next 5 years. So he actually he committed to that, and I'm going to hold him to that. As the mayor stated earlier, we do have an item on the docket today related to 3 fire apparatus. 3 fire apparatus will be replacing 3 daily fire apparatus from equipment that's well over 30 years old. For the state staff without for less than Travis, we should have the best equipment because we protect the best infrastructure in the state of New Jersey. And it's sad that we don't have that. So when you see stuff from me, it's not if it's a big ticket item, it's because we need it. I've been here 19 months already. I did a full assessment of the department, and I hope the fact that you understand what I'm trying to do is bring this department where it should be. In addition to that, the Office of Emergency Management, once again, that's under the Fire and Emergency Services. The $26 million joint grant for repairs, the critical points, we have a mobile EOC. So I know it's a big red truck that actually is a command center to see some major emergency in the city. We had the critical points, which is actually the internet for that vehicle. The last time we used it was the gas leak. I believe it was on Church Street last year, but it comes out every so often. We'll probably see it more often now, especially when we have city events, because we need that out there just to make sure the fact that we have a presence in the March Trials here. And we increased our training for emergency management with those personnel. And we got the town, we have the department's first drone. And we have 7 members actually doing drone training, and we just recently got an FAA clearance for small aircraft that we can actually fly from the city of Trenton. For the airport being to our west, we definitely need that clearance, so that's another success that we have. And in Tim's Trenton Emergency Medical Service, we actually purchased 2 E350 wheel coach ambulances. Now, the Sprint one that you saw, they really are not for this type of city, so we have the box. It's bigger, it's more comfortable, and we actually have some state-of-the-art equipment when it comes down to like more oversized persons coming in. We have a CPR machine that actually pumps the chest. We have to do it for those situations. And another thing, we have a stop and Narcan. I apologize, I may have said it, but stop and Narcan that the entire department is actually trained to distribute. I think that's some of the top key points. But you can answer the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson.
One, I wanted to say thank you for the tremendous work that you have been doing in the city through the food distributions, the toy distributions, making sure that the community is aware of the fire department and building those relationships. And then for Women's History Month, we just had a phenomenal presentation for Elise that was phenomenal, right? And so, what's her next name? McNeese?
Yes.
Lisa McNeese, yes. So for her, just the way you take time to think, to pull the people together, the fire department is so much more than putting out the fires, right? It's about uniting the community that you're in to be excited, right? But also to trust, so thank you for that. To the second point, you talked about the autism training and everything. We've spoken about this already. Expect a conversation, like I said, between myself, Councilwoman Gonzalez, and Councilwoman Edwards. We met with a couple of firemen. We talked about fires and autism, and yes, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Gonzalez, being the autism teacher in the district, actually educated us about how autistic children would react, or adults even, to fire, right? They would flight instead of run for help. They would kind of hide. So we talked about the fact of having stickers made, right? And awareness that we want to get with the fire department to have stickers made, to do a campaign, to have those houses highlighted to say, someone with autism lives here. So we'll be talking to you about that, to get that initiative moving in the city, to see what we can tap into to help make that happen, because that is very important to us. So we're excited to meet with you and talk and get that off the ground.
Yes, we're planning on something within the next 2 weeks. And it's going to be an open forum for the residents of Trenton to come out here. And it's going to be an information session. We want to get feedback from the people, the parents, and those families that have family members with autism, in addition to giving information also. So we want to have a big conversation about that. In addition, it's something that we created last year called Emergency Services Initiative. That's something that you're talking about. We're looking to roll that out sometime this year. It's pretty much a database that we have identified those persons or homes that have families with autism. So I may be dating myself, but years ago they had a top finder program that you stick on a window that I wanted kind of shiny. It's something like that, but better, more hour-ish time, But one thing that program had an issue, because when firefighters see that sticker and parents don't say anything, or nobody say anything, they're rushing to that room thinking there's somebody in there. That room can have nobody in it or somebody over. So the database will be more up to date and get somebody who can maintain it. Of course, the police department will be involved, because that's part of dispatch. That's the dispatch area. Well, we're looking to do that, something like that this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Madam Edwards?
I love that you guys are creating the registry. That was definitely something that we had discussed earlier this year. And I would love to also see where different people included and seniors, especially. They have difficulties getting out of the house as well. But I really wanted to address the fire hydrants. Sometimes we have issues, and a lot of times we have issues where people park in front of fire hydrants. And I believe I saw a picture recently where the folks had to go to the window. And so I know for a call, you guys don't have, like every second counts, you can't wait for a tow truck. So on the ground, or to your point about installing the sensors on the fire hydrants, is it possible that those sensors could also alert you when people are parked in front of them and blocking them? And also, I would also love to see every last single fire hydrant in the city, the curves around them painted yellow, or they have sign saying, don't park here, fire hydrant, something that indicates how far that they are supposed to park away from the hydrant.
So to your point, as far as the sensors are only for leak detection within the system itself. So it's not identified, like if it's somebody parked in front of us, when even
like a database. So, but when getting the fire prevention bureau back, that bureau is for fire safety. They will be able to write tickets related to those hydrant lanes or those yellow lanes, to write tickets for that, and which actually be a help to the police department because I mean they have been crime. So at least I have some inspectors out there that actually do that and also keep those areas clear. As far as the payment curve, I'll have to talk to the director of water and police department and see what the rules are. I have to talk to the rules related to Title 39. Yeah, Title 39. City ordinance related to that. I'm not sure, I guess, the current code inspector is right now under the housing code. I'm not sure if we can do that, but at least try to be proactive and I'll talk to Director Sonback about our videos. Parking enforcement. Parking enforcement, okay. There you go. Parking enforcement. Absolutely. You're welcome.
Councilwoman, if you're okay,
Director Doug is right. I shared the sentiments of my council thus far. You're doing an amazing job, nonstop. You got the firefighters out there, you're out there. Just keep up that amazing work. I just wanted to bring up that I had discussions with the community leader and philanthropist, Corinne Garcia. She does amazing things in the city of Trenton. And she spoke to me about having a program with the firefighters to do like a community fire safety seminars, particularly in some of the bilingual neighborhoods. As you know, a lot of the homes in Trenton, South Trenton specifically, I don't want to say that, but their houses are like matchboxes, essentially. They just go, So that's just something that I was hoping that we can work towards in the future, some type of, community-based program to go out and just educate families, and particularly to the bilingual families about fire safety, the children and the adults.
So to your point, you have district leaders in the particular district. Tell them to reach out to the fire department, either in the wintertime or the summertime, or any time you can come out here and give a fire safety presentation to that area. We're planning on something in the spring, in the spring going to the summer, public safety open house, and basically a lot of information related to public safety and some issues with kids and so forth and so on. We're looking to do that for the community. You get more information right away.
Can you give me a specific contact? Because to that point, before I became a councilwoman, I
Yes.
have zero luck trying to do this.
Eric Johnson, he's my contact. I'll give you his number offline.
Okay.
So,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
thank you. Any other questions?
Council President?
Councilwoman Williams.
Bravo, great job. And I very much enjoyed learning more about the fire department since we've come on as council and what we can do to help and also help our communities work better with the fire department. So I have two questions. One of them is going to sound two-part, but it's really the same question. How many calls did the fire department receive last year? You know, right off the top of your head, overall, and how many of them were health-related or overdose-related?
I'll get back to you with that breakdown. So if I can get it to you tomorrow.
Thank you, because I can try and, we see another overdose situation, call it usually the fire department.
Absolutely. And also remember Trenton Emergency Medical Services. They have that account. That's part of the account also. But they have their own runs. So they're probably going to do more people in the fire department than I do both. And I'm sure the police have to respond to that also. Yes.
And then my second question is, where are we on getting more air tanks, newer air tanks, and then air tank machines, as I understand it, for the fire department? Because our research and what we've learned as we've gotten to the fire department, there seems to be an issue with aging out of a lot of the air tanks.
Yes, so we were approved, this body actually approved the ARP funding for the air tanks and harnesses. That's due probably, I believe, in June. Because they have a hydrostatic testing tanks and aren't everything's going to come in at the same time. As it relates to the machine for the airfield station, when the budget approves, because it's a reimbursement through the state of New Jersey, then we can buy the whole system, get it installed, and as soon as that's done, I'll report on that. We already accepted the funds through the protocol that we require, but then we can sign a resolution for the council.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Councilperson. Director Douglas, First, you talk about the trucks, you said 3 trucks.
Yes.
Yeah, it's wonderful, that's, we need them so badly. You're doing things in the community for, you said, Christmas time, you give out to kids, doing smoke detectors around the city. Fire department, under your leadership, is phenomenal. So, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez, I just want to also echo what everyone else said, and thank you for what you're doing. Since you first arrived, you reached out to me as an awesome teacher, so that you kind of want to do it right there with that. And I say that you always include our kids in the community projects that you're doing, so I want to say thank you for that. Thank you, Director.
All right, just need one thing. I just want to thank my my colleagues from my cabinet, all the directors here. I appreciate every last one of them. I worked with every last one of them, and I continue. I hope to continue with them into the near future. And I want to thank the mayor himself for even considering me to run the region's director again on his second term, and I hope all the credit to him.
Bridges actually said that if we didn't have them, we didn't know they did not want to be here because their heart and their compassion for the city. We probably couldn't afford them because they should not be here. They didn't work, they're going to the other city. What we are paying them would not be sufficed. So to each one of you, I want to say thank you for doing what you're doing. And we know that it has to be out of well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your response. And also for not just coming with telling us that there's problems, but you're also coming with solutions. That makes a huge difference. Every one of you, when you talked about something that was challenging, you also had a solution that you brought along with it. So thank you for that. I also want to say I love that there are several of you who are talking about doing training. That is so important, and you're right. We elevate people in departments, but we don't give them the training for it. So I appreciate that we have to actually be proactive with that. And also acknowledge that you guys come. It is a wealth of knowledge that we have here. So Mayor, kudos to you for picking such an important and extraordinary team. And also I wanted to say the humility that all of you display. I'm appreciative of that as well, that you could come here with big egos, but you don't. And I appreciate your humility because it helps to receive you better. So on that, thank you. Mr. Garcia,
Sir, Madam President, we do have an additional resolution of the director, a resolution consenting to the appointment of Ron Zawinski as director for the Department of Finance for the city of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis. Just want to make sure I noted that. I don't know whether the mayor wants to speak to that or not.
Just real quick, first of all, unfortunately, Mr. Zawinski has COVID, so he's home, not here, spreading it. And he is retired at least 3 times from the city. We've had difficulties finding a new finance director. One of the issues is the pay. The other one is that they were not willing to suffer the abuse from the prior council. We are doing a search for a finance director. We've had, I think we're sixth search. So it's one thing that we're trying to work with DCA to have a more realistic pay scale for the finance director. We also are working with a finance firm that will step into the position of the finance director. So it is necessary that we run for another 90 days, even though that he's really trying to retire. And he's well as a good person.
Understood.
Probably like
Madam President, it was just explained to me that apparently in the past, the advice and consent vote has taken place on Tuesday. As just been explained by the business administrator, that advice and consent vote typically happens on Tuesday when the mayor is present. So I've been instructed to ask council whether they wish to vote on these specific resolutions today.
If I can get a motion.
Second.
Second, I'll call the board. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleburg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Bridges.
Yes.
Motion carried. With the direction of the solicitor, now, shall I go through those specific resolutions? Each and every. Thank you. I'll go ahead and do that now prior to going through the remainder of the docket. So beginning with Resolution 23-165, resolution consenting to the appointment of Adam Cruz as business administrator for the city of Trenton. So, Madam President, want to ask for a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Noted. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleburg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Bridges.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 23-166, resolution consenting to appointment of Wesley Bridges as director for the Department of Law.
Motion, we have a.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second, I'll call the board. Resolution, Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleburg.
Yes. I go yelling.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Noted. Council President Bridges.
Make it unanimous, yes.
Resolution 23-167, resolution consenting to the appointment of Steve Wilson as director for the police department of the city of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis. Council President, want to ask for a motion?
Second.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleburg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Bridges.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. See you in 90 days.
Resolution 23-168, resolution consenting to the appointment of Louis Stanback as director for the Housing and Economic Development Department for the city of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleburg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Bridges.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 23-169, resolution consenting to the appointment of Sean Semple as director for the Department of Work. I'm sorry? That's going to be pulled. I'm sorry. No, two. Resolution 170, resolution consenting to the appointment of Maria Richardson as director for the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture for the city of Trenton.
Motion.
So, second.
Move second. I'll call the board. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleburg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
You get it right. You get it right. Yes. You're right. Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, sir.
Council President Bridges.
Absolutely.
Motion carried. Resolution 23-171, resolution consenting to appointment of Wally Terry as director for the Department of Public Works for the city of Trenton.
Motion.
Second. It's moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll call.
Yes.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Harris.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams. Council President Brisbane.
Yes.
Motion carried. Okay. Where am I here? Resolution 23-172, resolution consenting to appointment of Kenneth Douglas as Director for Fire and Emergency Services for the Department for the City of Trenton.
Motion.
Second.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Oh, yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Brisbane.
Yes.
Motion carried. Moving to resolution 178, resolution consenting to appointment of Maria Richardson as Director for the Department of Health and Human Services for the City of Trenton on a 90 days.
It's been a long time.
I ain't been up once.
Motion.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President.
Discussion?
Quick question, to the mayor. So you're actively looking for a permanent director for Health and Human Services?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't want to consider Director Richardson to be in a permanent capacity?
If you'd like to convert it, that's purely up to council.
Thank you. Director Richardson?
Yes?
So just a quick question,
Sorry.
just a quick question for you. Is this something that you would want to tackle as the director, or is acting, I'm just asking.
I actually serve at the pleasure of the mayor. I don't have a problem either way. I am a problem solver. Whatever I can do to assist my city, I will do. And I put on every time that I am asked to take a task, even if it's not part of my responsibilities, if I think that I can actually help, I will say yes. That's basically it. I like solving problems. I live in the city. I am a city resident for 30 years, so that is self-serving. I want the best for my city. So that is my question to that. So that is entirely up to the mayor and the council.
I'd like to make a
So you said that 90 year, we're going to go back to that?
So if I'd like to make a motion that we amend this, that she be the director for Health and Human Services. Am I allowed to say if it's okay with the mayor?
We would have to, that would require a couple steps. I mean, we'd have to go by ordinance, basically restructure the department. So I think that requires a little bit more robust conversation in terms of either collapsing or eliminating one of those parts. You can't have.
Okay.
Yes, I will not be able to be the director of both departments at least. I will not be able to get paid for both. We would have to tailor an ordinance combining both departments.
Correct.
Madam President, to Councilwoman Feliciano's point, I believe that as a city, we're only supposed to have 7 departments. No?
2 to 9.
2 to 9 departments, sorry. A little dyslexic sometimes. So being that we have 10 departments, that would put us back. Like consolidating both departments into one umbrella. Of course, all of this would be, I mean, I'm more concerned for you. If you feel like you can handle the volume of these jobs, I have no problem supporting this.
I am a workaholic, because so that you know. I'm not afraid of any task. I work 7 days a week, and I work until the job is completed. So
Why don't we just, can we hold off on voting on this one until we can figure out how we can maybe sit with the mayor, or mayor can look over and combine the two if necessary, so that it works out, since she's doing such a phenomenal job now. I think that was what council's agreement.
Or another possible solution is to approve it for the 90 days, revisit it in 90 days. Would that be a more viable solution?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then at that time, you could just read the, and this time, and then after that, you could just read the, okay, that's fine.
May I make a comment? All right, so one, we're not quibble with Ms. Richardson's qualifications or her enthusiasm for this, but we do need to, and I'm glad we're going to hold on this, because there will be members of the public that this would need to have some time to be brought forth in case they do want to express an opinion, positive or negative, on having someone who would false particularly with the health department. And again, I just say that because members of the public might have an opinion on the issue. And we need to be fair to the attachments that was that opinion.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Garcia, can we go ahead? Can we ask for a motion, please, to have it as is on the resolution?
Yeah, I believe it was moved and second already.
Okay.
So it goes to,
For the 90 days, we'll leave it as it
this is the vote for the 90 days.
is. Yes, sir.
Vote for the 90 days.
Yes.
Councilman Edwards?
Yes.
Councilman Feliciano?
Yes.
Councilman Figueroa Gettler?
Yes.
Councilman Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Brisbane?
Yes.
Motion carried. And I do have resolution 23-179, resolution consenting to the appointment of Ron Zelinski for Department of Finance for the city of Trenton on a 90-day temporary basis.
So I don't know if we want to hold that, especially with being out of COVID. So that we want to school that and give him an opportunity to recover. So actually, I'm just going to say yes, let's pull it, hold that, so we can give him an opportunity to recover because I'm giving him one session.
Be cool.
Yes, sir.
Noted. Okay. All right, Council President, moving on with the remainder of the docket resolutions. City Clerk, first under City Clerk's Office, Resolution 23-135, resolution authorizing the City Council for the City of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public. We'll hold off on that and resolve the executive session. Council President, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to delay the executive session until Thursday.
Council President, I may just go back to Mr. Zelinski for a second. This administrator raised some concern. I understand the concern. His term has expired, so he's
Oh, no, we're not going to do that.
so we
No,
probably, again, he's doing us a favor by being here. So I think, we should, my recommendation would be to go ahead and cast that vote. If there's questions that you have when he comes back, you can answer them for you.
absolutely, we don't want to give one out.
We need some money under contract, so to speak, to handle those issues.
Absolutely. Can we reverse that and untable it and let's get a motion? Motion.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Frisbee.
Yes.
Motion carried. And then motion on executive session until, to be delayed until Thursday. Move second. All say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Moving on.
Mr. Garcia, we voted to untable it, and then we did a motion to vote for that, but we didn't actually do the vote.
You want to unsend this list, and now we have the second vote.
Right. So can we get a motion?
Motion.
So moved.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Gettleberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez. Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Frisbee.
Yes.
Motion carried. Okay, moving on to resolution, moving on to resolution 23-176. I believe we amended that on the floor, and that has been voted and passed. We have resolution 23-142. Resolution authorizing appropriation of $100,000 from the funds allocated to the city of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to Greater Mount Zion Community Development Corporation to convert and restore a school building on Pennington Avenue into a community-based hub center to provide prenatal services, violence prevention and intervention programming, and workforce development.
Questions? Excuse me?
No questions, but are we doing roll call versus consent?
Yes. Give me a moment. Questions?
Roll call. Just to be clear, I'm sorry, it's been a little while here, I just want to make sure. We did amend 176 and vote and pass 176?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that that's there. Going on to 23-143, resolution authorizing appropriation of $25,000 from funds allocated to the city of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to keeping up with the Joneses through the city's small business fund.
Questions? Consent.
Move it. Resolution 23-164, resolution authorizing the appropriation of $1,100,000 loan from funds allocated to the city of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to Kingsbury Corporation.
Questions?
Madam Vice President.
So with regard to this loan, what is the plan for repayment, with the loan? Do we expect to get this money back? Is this a loan that's going to be forgiven at some point? And what is the deal with this?
So right now, the resolution in front of you has a term that says that the loan has to be paid by a certain date. If you give me a second, I can grab my resolution from the floor and read the portion of the word as.
June 30, 2024. We're good. Okay. Well, because of the fact that the municipality is not a bank, we're not allowed to charge interest or anything on that, correct? Because we're not a bank. Okay. And so, what is the life expectancy? Like, we're loaning them the money basically to pay the payback, utilities and everything, like what, I mean, we're not doing anything to actually help the building structurally?
So right now, the main need that they have is that they are, I believe it's $932,000 in a hole right now in operating expenses that they have. Utilities is only a portion, but then there's other bills that they cannot make ends meet at the current way that, the amount of money that they're bringing in. So by the end of the year, operational, they are going to be $1,300,000 in a home. So by us giving them this loan, it would help them pay the $932,000 in arrears that they are currently in bills, and give them a little extra to do a little more, gain a little more time while they reach out to other entities, state and federal entities, to request funding. As you all know, this is actually, this site actually serves a lot of individuals that are in, financial needs that only this place probably and housing authority can assist, but housing authority, does not have the capacity in their units. So this is only pretty much just assisting the residents that are currently there to continue to get the services that, that are needed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I actually had the same question that she just asked, but in the event that they don't pay back, right, what is the plan then? Because I feel like now we're just going to lose money if they're already having difficulties paying utility bills and the deficit that they're in. And we loan this money and they're unable to pay it back and we're back.
Currently, they're in the process of restructuring some operations that they have in the complex. You have high rises and you have low rises, and so they have a plan that they want to put in place, and this will actually give them the ability to continue planning what units they want to continue to service and what units may not be feasible for them to continue operating. So this gives them at least time for them to go through that restructure, where they want to go from there. And one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that the ARP funding is actually to promote housing for people in need. And so this is actually, that falls actually within that purview of the legislation for ARP funding.
I'm glad that you brought that up because the housing there has not been adequate. It has, there are nearly, if not more than 1,000 residents that live there. 364 or so units that have been paying at least $1,200 a month as the lease. That's for a one-bedroom. So I don't understand why they don't make enough revenue to at least pay the utilities and some other things. I think they have been extremely negligent, and I'm mindful that this is under group ownership and things, and that they have a maintenance company and things like that. However, my concern is for the lack of accountability, the slum conditions that residents have suffered for decades in that building. And I don't think that the city has, I know we don't have too much oversight. The state has oversight of that building. That's another question, because why are they not asking them to do that? So, are we going to get this money back? Why are we entertaining conversations of renovating such a horrendous property instead of demolishing it? Because I would go out on a limb and say 85% of Trentonians want those buildings demolished instead of renovated. They are disgusting. Might add ugly. and dangerous. So why are we as a municipality entertaining renovating such a horrific property? I feel like we're wasting money. And we're putting in, we don't care about our residents.
So currently there are still, the majority of the site is actually occupied. And, I'm not gonna say that it was mismanagement. I mean, something occurred in the past. I don't have enough history to say that there was mismanagement. But something did occur where, management companies were coming apparently, and the money was not being placed where it needed to be placed at the time. I understand that there was a management company that came almost, and they came in, and the way they came in, they left, and they put money with them. And those are things that I guess their board has to address. At some point, legally, they have legal channels that they may be considering in the future. But currently, yes, there may be some units that are, that may be considered to be, that may be in need of repairs. And I would say that, you know, for us to say, you know, let's not fix them, let them live like that until they shut down the place, I don't think would be the right answer that we can have for them. If we can make their lives a little bit better while they're still living there. There has been conversations, not just with us, but also with state agencies, and I'm not sure if it was HMA, but there have been conversations with them of possible other sources of funding from the state. And they are also reaching out to HUD, I believe. They were going to have a conversation with a congresswoman. I'm not sure if that has occurred yet. I mean, that will be coming to your office if that, you know, if that has taken place or will be taking place, because I know they want to lobby HUD for them to provide some funding at some point. But the conversations are still happening. This money that we're giving them actually will keep them going, you know, keep paying the bills for electricity and other things that are needed for the operation of the facility.
Mr. Cruz, so I would like to know, how is paying off this debt for this private-owned facility, how is that bettering the residents' quality of living? And this $1.1 million that we're, you know, proposing to give them to pay off their debts, it does not state at all what the plan is for the building owners to better the building, to make it a more livable solution. I mean, I just think that we could take $1.1 million of ARP funds and, you know, utilize it to help residents find other suitable housing, rather than just pay off these individuals' debts and no better quality of life for these residents whatsoever. Thank you.
I actually, so as you all may be aware, this is actually, the units are actually funded by HUD. Unfortunately, the person that lives there does not have the voucher. The voucher is actually given to the building. And so, some of these individuals, when we're saying we need to find them, you know, viable housing for them to move to, will require assistance from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for us to be able to provide them with either family housing, which is what the Housing Authority currently has, or vouchers for Section 8. And Section 8 vouchers are very hard to come by. And it would take a lot of movement from our elected officials to actually assist in lobbying the HUD secretary and put a plan together with special legislation perhaps to provide Section 8 vouchers for the families currently living there. And actually, so that they can actually transfer out of the unit and not just at the site, which is what's needed at this time.
But then could there be an agreement, like in lieu of payments, an agreement that they are going to make efforts to improve these units within Kingsbury, you know, or we just pay them, you know, they're just going to continue to live in squalor? Because there's no plan in place before us stating that you're going to pay the debt for us, and now we are going to better serve our residents.
There was a conversation that we had with some of the board members when they came to address us, along with the management company. And the goal is actually to shut down some of the low prices, and actually that will stop the expenditures in those units, and then they can actually focus their efforts on the two towers. I understand that the towers currently have close to about 40 vacancies right now, and that is actually what is affecting them, I guess, in getting additional money that they would need to continue the operations. I mean, if it's the will of this council to perhaps put this on for a later meeting and perhaps have somebody from them come in front of this council to consider this resolution, I mean, it's something that the council can do.
Councilwoman Williams. So, sir, I would very much prefer that personally. I can't vote for this as it stands now. Quite frankly, 8% of the 8% of the North Ward lives in Kingsbury Towers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just informed that they will be here Thursday. If you're open for them to actually,
Well, originally we were offered a special meeting, and I would prefer personally to still have that at some point, because this is a lot of money. And this property has been mismanaged for decades. It's been a terrible place. There's not one person in this room who would want to live there. Having toured that building a number of times in the past 6 months, 7 months, I met people who have rashes on their bodies from the beating and the carpet, who have, there's water in the staircases, there's respiratory issues, high rates of asthma. I had a senior citizen, one of our elders, who flat torches on the upper floor, that if there's a fire, she's not even going to try to leave. It's a terrible, disgusting place. And as much as I would like to see that this amount of money would not just pay the bills, would go to remediating, building, making it a safer place, there's no way that this place functions as it is, and I don't believe, based on everything, every study, did not meet one resident who did not want to see these towers taken down for breeding green in Chicago and have another place for them to live. And I know that's a huge project, that's a lot of people. But as it stands now, with this, I know you've worked hard on this, I do know that. I believe we should have a special meeting, have a much more comprehensive discussion, and have a plan for, besides paying utility bills, etc., where are the improvements going to come? What's going to turn this from a place that is squalor, like my colleagues, that no one would want to live in, to a place that we're not looking for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, but we're looking for a decent place to live. And right now, this is not the place that we're talking about.
well,
I say that with full respect, sir.
yeah, I would leave that to the council president.
So, I would like to have a private meeting with them. I do not agree we cannot have it on this Thursday. This Thursday we have another event that is going on, so that is not feasible for us. If they would like to come for, actually not the following actually, if we could work out a meeting that week prior to council meeting, I think that would be advisable. So that's something we would have to get together, maybe Mr. Cologne, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Wesley, you guys could help coordinate that. We'd like to try and get a private meeting, but definitely not to have them here. Councilman Harrison.
Yeah, I've seen this letter here where it says that they're increasing the rent. Regarding the board over there in Kingsbury, you want to get the money there? This board is replaced. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's embarrassing that you have seniors or people living there in this position. And you're right, we're all talking the same thing here. You're going to give money, and it seems like the people that were there, that should have been there looking out for the seniors in that building, what did they do? I mean, this is ridiculous. You're right, I think we should get all the board from there. We don't be asking, how long have you been on that board? How long have you been there? Because I personally, it annoys me that you've been all this time in this place. It's a giant mess. You're putting people's lives in jeopardy if they're having to do with this. So are they just going to come in here and just give us the old, hey, we're going to fix it, and we didn't do nothing all these years? Exactly. So look, yeah, you're right, we should have a special meeting. We should be talking about replacing this board, getting some people on the board that are actually going to work for the seniors and the people who live there. Because this is ridiculous. The future, it should be about addressing the issues, not just keep kicking them down the road. Thank you.
Mr. Cruz, thank you for speaking on their behalf, and as all my colleagues have already echoed, Kingsbury is something that everybody in the city knows. I wouldn't know my mother, who's deceased, to live there, and I'm sure that one of them, anyone on the board, would not want to live there. So, we want to just get the questions that we need answers, since we were elected for the people in order to enhance their, the climate of their life here. For us to not do our due diligence and ask the proper questions they would want answered, would be shameful on our part. So we do want to have this, we want to table until we can have another meeting, and then we'll revisit it.
Okay. So we can pull it for the next, I guess we'll set up a special meeting to have the conversation, the discussion.
So we pull this until the next meeting.
Yeah, well, then,
So the following is or whatever that following, not our next meeting, which is the 18th. So we will untable on the 18th and have a discussion.
Correct.
Just to make it, if I may, Councilman, how about we administration just pull it now, we can pull it back on, so you don't have to worry about making a motion on the table.
Sounds good.
Right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Cool. Resolution 23/165, resolution, excuse me. So we've been through 165, 166, 167, 168, 169. Through 172, resolution 23-144. Resolution authorizing appropriation of $3,544,357 from funds allocated to the city of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for 3 new fire trucks and equipment for the city of Trenton Fire Department.
Questions? Consent.
Noted. Resolution 23-145, resolution awarding the contract in accordance with New Jersey Local Contracts Law NJSA 48:11-12 to Firefighter 1 Apparatus LLC for purchase of three new fire trucks and equipment using American Rescue Plan funds in an amount not to exceed $3,544,357.
Questions? I just have a question. Madam Vice President.
Easy question, just curious. So what happens to the old fire trucks? Like, do we sell the parts or something? Like, what happens? Do we scrap them? Like, where do they go?
So some of these trucks are actually to be sold in auction, and a lot of times they are also given to underprivileged countries that they're sent to other places as donations. These vehicles are the ones that the director is actually trying to replace are actually, I believe, 30 years old. So they have really seen their best of their time. Normally for urban settings, it is recommended that the truck be replaced every 10 years. So
But if they're building these trucks,
they're
they're building it
building
from scratch.
or
Like they're building the new trucks, right?
Kenneth Douglas, High President. Yes, once the resolution passes, yes, it'll start production. The first apparatus is due in the first quarter of next year. The second one is prior to spring, and the latter, beginning of 25.
Any other questions?
President,
Madam Edwards.
I don't necessarily have a question, but for the trucks that will be retiring, it's great that they're going to a third world country, and this is outside of the box, but is it possible that we can keep one for the kids to tour and things like that recreationally or educationally?
Well, we can work those out. I think the kids want to see the new stuff.
Any other questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-146, resolution awarding the contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A20 second to Goldman Beal Associates for financial advisory services related to bond and notes for the Department of Finance in the amount not to exceed $7,500 for note sales of $2,500 each, issuance of NJIB, New Jersey, and $17,000 for each bond issued for a period of 2 years for the award.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-147, resolution authorizing the city of Trenton to issue 10 tax refunds totaling $47,600.94.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-148, council, you do have a revised version that's titled for the docket. Resolution awarding a contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 et sec. to M.J. Austin Health Center for provisions for comprehensive primary health care services to underinsured and underinsured residents in the city of Trenton, New Jersey, for a period of 1 year from the date of award in an amount not to exceed $259,000. CC 2023-4, and with an option to extend to 1-year contract extensions.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-175, resolution authorizing $260,236 in emergency resolutions grant and sub-grant agreements with various community-based organizations to provide housing and supportive services to the homeless, disabled individuals, and families in the city of Trenton.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-149, resolution authorizing application and acceptance of a grant from the Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund Public Entity Program through the New Jersey Economic Development Authority and New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to conduct a remedial investigation at the former Star Patty site, 2640 Mulberry Street, Block 2201, Lots 3 and 4 in Trenton, Jersey.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-150, resolution awarding a contract with fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A20.4 et sec. to Finelli Environmental Associates LLC for professional services for environmental site investigations in accordance with NJDEP requirements for former Schofield Cleaners site located at 1472-1476 West State Street in an amount not to exceed $25,094 for a period of 1 year from the time of award, RFP 2023-01.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-151, resolution awarding contract with fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A20.4 et sec. HMR Architects PA for architectural and consulting services for the Trenton Logan Wireworks Building for the City of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $178,045 for a period of 1 year from time of award, RFP 2022-13.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-152, resolution awarding a contract with Fair Labor Process in accordance with NJSA 19:44, at SEX, HMR Architects PA to provide professional lighting services for the William Trenton House Museum for the City of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $64,790 for a period of 1 year from time of award, RFP 2022-12.
Questions?
Yes.
None, others?
I am a board trustee member at the William Trenton House, and though I know that this entity falls under the city of Trenton, do I have to recuse myself from this? Is my question.
As a board member, yes.
So this would be roll call.
Thank you, Councilman.
Noted. Resolution 23-153, resolution awarding contract with Fair Labor Process in accordance with NJSA 19:44, at SEC, Beam LTD to provide professional lighting design services for the Passage Theater and Alexander Douglas House for the City of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $51,900 for a period of 1 year from the time of award, RFP 2022-27.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-154, resolution awarding contract with Fair Labor Process in accordance with NJSA 19:44, 820.4 at SEC to Beam LTD to provide professional lighting services for the Caldwell Park Pavilion for the City of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $32,800 for a period of 1 year from the time of award, RFP 2022-15.
Questions?
Madam President.
Madam Vice President?
So when we discussed this, I love the whole lighting concept and everything, but Director Richardson, in your efforts, as you're looking and doing a great job of getting all the funding to make all this wonderful stuff happen, when it comes to Cadwalader Park, can we expand the lighting efforts beyond the pavilion as well? Because there's a lot of, dark spots in the park. Is there, as you're looking, to consider it, like the bridge and other areas, it's dark throughout the park. While the pavilion is nice, and I get it, there's people that want to walk through the park, and they want to have it well lit and be safe and comfortable as they move through.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we have been working with PSENG to change the type of lighting that we actually have in the park. That would be the most affordable way to go for now. However, we need to do whatever we do in Cadwalader Park, we need to do it in phases because we need to use certain monies, right, that we are only allowed to use for certain projects. This is the case of the pavilion. We are using DEP money for that, but we will not be able to use in other areas of the park. But the idea is to have a well-lit park that would be safer for people who will be able to walk, like you. And me.
Any other questions? So I'm just going to echo what our Vice President said. As someone who walks it early in the morning at 5-something at times, it is extremely dark in certain pockets. And one thing that I did was note, and we actually were taking down the numbers of the lamp posts. Sometimes the lights are fixed, they're not in sync, so they're not always on at the same time. At that hour, we did do go 1 or 2, it's like every other one's on. So that's something that I want to look into.
Thank you. Just so you know, last year we were able to fix the PSEP about 36 lights throughout the park, but that is an ongoing effort.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-155, resolution awarding contract with Fair Labor Process in accordance with NJSA 19:44, 820.4 at SEC to Beam LTD to provide provide professional lighting services for Jackson Street Bridge for the city of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $37,800 for a period of 1 year from time of award RFP 2022-23.
Questions? Councilwoman Lewis.
I just have one quick question. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to see this come on our docket. As far as lighting, there could be additional lighting on each side of the bridge over, reflecting over the Passage Creek and underneath it, because that helps with seeing the amphitheater. And also, we haven't think we have a problem, but we had a problem in the 90s and the early 80s with kids going into the creek from the city away to help with rescues.
Yes, the idea is to make that area safer, and you all will have some opportunity to provide your input when we hire the company to actually do the design in all those projects that we have for lighting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Proceed.
Sorry, let's consent.
Consent.
23-1256, resolution awarding contract to fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19.4 at SEC to Brownfield Development Solutions Incorporated for architectural, engineering, and planning consultant services to assist in the implementation and completion of various recreation project management services in the city of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $300,000 for a period of 1 year from time of award, RFP 2023-08.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-097, resolution exercising option to extend contract to BCHG Incorporated for potable water residuals disposal, blending, and beneficial reuse for an additional 1 year from the date of award in an amount not to exceed $594,900 for the 2022-16.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-157, resolution awarding contract to the fair market process in accordance with NJSA 1944-820.4 et cetera to Princeton Hydro LLC for water quality management of Trenton Reservoir for a period of 1 year for the date of award in an amount not to exceed $109,200. CC 2023-01.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-158, resolution awarding contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944-820.4 et cetera to Van Note Harvey Associates Incorporated for development, preparation, printing, and mailing services for consumer confidence report for Trenton Water Works for a period of 1 year from time of award and not to exceed $59,231.11. RFP 2023-02.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-159, resolution authorizing a contract to equip DBA, to equip Tech with business as Bobcat of New Jersey for purchase and delivery of one S66T4 Bobcat skid steer loader for the Trenton Sewer Utility awarded through Educational Services Commission of New Jersey, ESCNJ 181925, and an amount not to exceed $2,683.07. This is a one-time purchase.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-160, resolution authorizing payment for a contract with municipal maintenance company, 1352 Taylor's Lane, Simmons, New Jersey, 08077, which was awarded on an emergency basis for the purchase of parts necessary for the maintenance and repairs of super pulsators number 2 and number 3 for Trenton Water Works water filtration plant in an amount not to exceed $243,790.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-160, resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Water and Sewer to accept a federal wind grant in an amount of $5,530,000 from US EPA.
Questions? Madam President?
Vice President.
So just for the public record on this, the question that I had on this, when we initially met, it says that we're getting this money, grant funding in the amount of $5,530,000 for the lead service line replacements within the city of Trenton. Yet for the lead service line project, we're charging people $1,000 to have this done. So the question that I'm asking, just for clarification, is can this money for the people well, I don't even think they started the lead service line project here in the city of Trenton yet, right? So if that's the case, will it be free to the residents in the city of Trenton because it's free money we're getting, or are we gonna require them to pay the $1,000? Like, when do the residents start benefiting from some of this? Anybody?
We're not allowed to offer the services for lead service line replacements for free. We're not allowed to do that. We have to charge for a grant, and we have to charge customers a certain amount, and that's why.
Is that from the EPA saying that? The people that are giving us the money, they put as a stipulation in accepting the grant money that we are charging the people?
When grants we receive for lead service line replacements, we have to charge customers.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes.
Just as information, CDBG is able to help residents to pay for lead line replacements, and most people qualify, so they can call my department if they need help.
Thank you. And that's just for Trenton residents, right?
Yes, that's for Trenton residents.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. Consent.
Resolution 23-162, resolution authorizing a contract to Atlantic Water Works doing business as a Lady Plumbing Supply Corp. for the purchase of copper water service tubing type K soft CTS copper ASTM EP with 200 PSI maximum working pressure for the construction and maintenance office. The construction and maintenance office awarded through New Jersey State Contract Number T-3027 89798 in an amount not to exceed $130,000. This is a one-time purchase.
Questions? Consent.
Resolution 23-163, resolution authorizing settlement of civil action in the matter of John Morelli versus City of Trenton in the amount of $185,000.
President, may I suggest having designated a roll call for now until we have
So that's
the next three, at least all
the next three, got it. The ordinances reading introduction, first reading, I have ordinance 23-024, ordinance amending the Trenton City Code, section 223D related to the powers and duties of the city attorney. So that was roll call.
Yes, sir.
Public hearing, second hearing for ordinance 23-2. Will be held April 20th, 2023. I also have one other walk-on resolution, Madam President, and that is the one the mayor mentioned earlier today. This is a resolution requesting the planning board of the city of Trenton to undertake a preliminary investigation to determine whether the proposed Stuyvesant Avenue study area meets the criteria to be declared an area in need of rehabilitation pursuant to NJSA 40:12A1 and 7. That will call for
Yes, roll call.
roll call, sorry.
Yes, roll call, please.
Noted for roll call. Okay. I believe, Madam President, we can move to public comment.
Can I get a motion to waive?
So moved.
All say aye. I didn't think so.
Motion to dismiss.
So moved, to
All say aye. Aye. I didn't think so.